All right, I hope everything's working. Oh, geez. Okay, it did. Cool.
Everything's broken.
Nope, it works.
We're all broken on the inside.
Well, that's your own fault.
Welcome to my world.
Welcome to my campaign.
It's our secret.
All right. So a couple of hours will have passed from last session into this session. There's a small write-up, but that doesn't really need to be read. I like the idea of starting things off where the write-up ends. So currently, I want to say right at 5 p.m., Rhiannon had turned to look at Kael, who was hugging her, and his eyes are all like completely blue. And this is like the major revelation of the write-up. There's some other things that are going on prior to that, where people were helping out around the estate, healing where they can heal, helping with triage, helping with bodies, and helping repair damage that's been done. So I've placed tokens where they should roughly be in the estate. We're going to start on the more lighthearted note before we move on to what's going on with Rhiannon and Kael. So we're going to go over to Sa. We're starting stuff off with Sa today. Similar to last session.
Yes.
Let me just pull my notes up here. So Sa, you are digging through the rubble of the library. The fires have been put out. Yes.
I have my little bird out.
Oh, you're like bird of paradise dragon bird thing.
Yeah. And that's looking
Jax.
for things and that's looking for things, and if it finds anybody, it just hovers there and yells and peeps and stuff.
Does it peep or does it have it more of like, ah! A very human yell?
It has a very
You want some blue?
Yeah.
I like the idea. That's just like, hey, Sa. So you find somebody that is under a bunch of ash, rubble.
Hey, hang on, please.
She is dealing with the child.
Call a ambulance.
All right, the children are out of the room. Hello.
All right.
Yeah.
So, ash, rubble, stone, fallen planks, all that kind of stuff is covering this area. You've been pulling out burned bodies for the past 30 minutes, and your bird was the one that heard this tapping noise, somewhat rhythmic. And you went to where this noise was, or saw it, and realized that it was somebody like tapping to get help. And it was like archaic Morse code, like stuff that would have been taught to sailors like 150 years ago that you only know because there were old like grandpa folk at various taverns you would visit, and they would talk about kind of crap like that.
Old Grampy Popeye.
Yeah, exactly. And it's Morse code for health. They are messing up the P, so they're calling for health instead of help. In any case, you're able to dig through pretty quickly. Health, halt. So you're digging through. I'm trying to find exactly where my notes were on this one.
I saw a big old 9-foot woman, so
yes,
giant woman.
Inconspicuous.
That's the wrong one.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
I did a height comparison sheet earlier, and I was just like,
So,
oh my god.
the first thing you find is some fingers, and they are very close to some very broken, busted up glasses.
Uh-oh.
The glass for them is thick. Extra thick.
Thick!
And it's a petite bit of fingers there that are trying to like reach for glasses, and you can tell that that's what was being tapped for health. You clear the rubble, and it takes you and somebody else clearing all this rubble, and you finally get the area free enough that you can see this, what looks to be like maybe half elf or elven girl that's just covered in soot. She is gasping up lungfuls of wonderful ash and coughing it back out, and you realize that she's pinned by this large wooden rafter. Jackson, stop. My goodness, man. You lift it up with the help of this other person, and you're able to pull her out.
Plus 10 in athletics. Let's go.
You pull her out while you're holding it up. So one hand pulls her out, the other you're still holding up the board, the rafter with. And the first thing that she sees in the sunset is this blue and gold iridescent like plume around a blue and gold figure. It's all just blur. And she goes, "Ah, an angel of the host."
Oh god. That is not who this is.
And she says, "You're beautiful. Have you come to take me into the afterlife?" Just coughing up more ash.
She just go, "Not today, honey." Pulls her out.
"Am I going to Shavarath? I'm not a good fighter."
Oh, she's such a precious thing. The fighting's all over.
Did the angels win?
So I was just kind of like looking around, like to this person who was helping her. She's like,
This other guy's already like sifting through more rubble.
Yeah, so she's just kind of left with the situation by herself. She's just like, yes. Come on, like, come on out. Let's go. I'm just like trying to hold up this thing, this rafter, and get her out at the same time.
She's a whopping 5'2", maybe pushing 105 pounds.
I could walk over her. I would lip dip her as I walk over.
You could put her in one of your pockets.
For those that
There's
don't know,
one pocket.
For those that don't know, I had come up with a thing a while back. There's the male version, which is teabagging, and there's the female version, which is called lip dipping. So there you go.
And if you want to be gender neutral, you can just call it the Lipton.
No,
Works for both.
we get sued.
I'm sure you get cease and desist. That's the cease and desist waiting to happen.
Cease and desist.
Yeah, that'll do it too.
All the bondulins.
So, upon revelation that the angels have won in the eternal battlefield of Shavarath, she is overcome with joy and just clings to you.
I will princess style carry her. I just scoop.
Please, I do wish to see ROI.
She's not here right now. She's taking messages.
Then I shall wait with you, beautiful angel. We leave with a, "I did not expect the presence of fish."
Okay, so she's like,
Gosh, I feel jealous.
Okay, what is it? She's just like scooping up this girl, and like as she's talking about angels and stuff, Sa's giving this look to any like passerbys, like,
Yeah. Perfect.
It was a small lost child.
yeah.
So, Kylie, we've talked about what I had sent you. That'll come out when it comes out. For now,
Yep.
You said that you wanted to be doing the stone shaping to help around the estate, and at your current project, you are rebuilding the entrance, which was blasted out by a broken dragon mortar. The dragon mortar is further up the road. You had passed it and seen its parts kind of scattered about.
So,
yep.
I don't know if this makes sense, but I feel like this makes more sense to do it this way than to suddenly have it, like, obviously the game mechanics are that we don't level up until you have a long rest, and then suddenly, bam, you divine new spells.
Well, you think of it as you've been working on it over time, and you're...
But what I was thinking was, since Kali would be working with the people who know what to do at the castle so she doesn't break things worse.
Yeah.
Or the estate, rather.
Right.
I feel like this could be the time that she basically has the revelation of how to use the beefier version of the spell. Not necessarily that she gets to use it here, obviously.
Yeah.
You still have to have the long rest for balance purposes.
And we know that the Master Architect is on his way from Ter Shantar.
Okay.
I had talked to you about that. But there were some Magerites here that were able to help, and she was able to learn a bit more from them. To her dismay, the library is just a husk of what it was. But these people are more practical to learn from anyways. And so you, paired with them, have been working on repairing the front gate so that way it's not just completely open. And they taught you how to basically handle basic moving components. So just a simple hinge. So there's this stone doorway there now with your aid. And of course, once you have this long rest, you're going to be able to really kind of rebuild the gate.
So Kali's been doing that, and then wherever things need to be just destroyed, can use Eldritch Blast, Force Breath, the other things.
Yeah, to really reduce the rubble, make it easy to kind of shovel up, for sure.
Mm-hmm. For any, like, big chunks and things like that. But aside from that, there's not too terribly much. Kali's making sure that anything that's imminent or time sensitive is dealt with before she's going to give herself a proper rest and then conduct the ritual to bring Zia back.
Okay. All right.
So she'd be working on the walls, the entrance, etc., wherever, and she would have also made a priority as soon as like lives were no longer at stake to. Because I don't know, Rhiannon, when you were a dragon, did you like completely excavate that tunnel?
Didn't get time to, apparently.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it was only
Kali
for
would
a
have gone.
minute.
Okay, Kali would have gone down to help with stone shaping down there as soon as it wasn't like this needs to be done or we might be dead or somebody might die.
Yeah,
and then,
basically trying to plug up that little portal way.
Is this the time that we can start talking to the other characters?
The issue that I have with that is if you are going down there are going to be checks that have to be made. So that would be something that would be done, I would want to say after this 2 hours. So like starting now, you could go do that. Basically, we're just getting the bodies, kind of laid out where they're supposed to be, in rows, essentially. We're putting patchwork repairs on the gate. We're rescuing people left in rubble and healing, making triage kind of wherever we can. So you can begin to talk to people now, and you can begin to explore the stuff that you hadn't been able to explore. So essentially, this has been a very busy and quick 2 hours.
So I think for my purposes, Colleen would want to. So Sa clearly is like one of the most busy right now because of her healing, along with Akasha.
Yeah, and with Sa's raw strength, she's able to actually dig into this
Yeah.
rubble. Whereas Akasha is able to lend aid in a lot of ways, not just through healing, but through her bardic inspiration and all that. She's able to help everybody else excel at their jobs as well.
So who do we think is the least busy between Celica and Rhiannon?
Celica.
All right. Guts,
I'm
are you
doing
prepared?
things. But yeah, okay.
Okay. So once Cully has used her 2 amazing spell slots on Stone Shape and cleared up
Boop, boop.
rubble. Pop up.
You can do that
Okay,
warlock
that's that. Whew. Now I gotta sit down for an hour.
All right.
She'll go and look for Celica.
Celica,
That's me, yes.
you're over here. And what are you doing? You're inspecting that dragon mortar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you've been helping out, but you're passing by this at this point in time. You're looking for your next thing to help out. And you see this thing, and you remember it dropping this fireball down, and you're just like, you smack the top of it twice, and just like, man, this thing can fit so many explosions in it. This baby can.
Cargo space?
No, cargo rope.
So you're looking it over, and it's weird. It doesn't seem to differ all that much from your fireball launcher in your arm. It's just a much bigger version of it. So you kind of understand the basics behind it. You don't understand exactly, how the magic works and whatnot, but you do understand the basic mechanical parts of it because you've been dealing with them for several weeks now. What, a month, 2 months now?
Around about a month at least.
Yeah. So there's some people there that are basically trying to wheel it back to be repaired. You can see that there's been some damage. One of the wheels is pretty busted up, and it currently can't fire anything because the canister holster is just jammed all to hell. And that's about the time that Kali pulls up next to you in her Maserati.
So Kali walks over. She sees this device. Sort of looks along its line of fire towards the shattered gate that she just fixed. If you're going to test that, make sure you aim it at something outside. Take it outside.
I don't think it's going to be shooting anytime soon until it gets unjammed.
Well, let's make sure it's not loaded before you try any of this jamming or unjamming of whatever you intend.
Oh, sure, okay. I don't think it is. Is it loaded? I
You
checked
don't
it.
think it is?
The two guys are like, no, it's safe. It's non-functional at the moment. We could put a
does it
canister in
have?
there, but it wouldn't do anything. You need high velocity for the canister to rupture. But no, there's not a canister in it. It fell out.
Imagine if your arm could make these kind of canisters.
I mean, it's sort of the similar concept, except this one can fire more than one.
Really makes you think, huh? I'm sorry. Anyways, I had an actual purpose to come and talk to you instead of just
The Kenneth
trying
Ving
to
serial number's been
tease you a
scratched
bit.
off.
This is mine now.
Sorry, go ahead.
That just threw me completely off. Okay. I got the serial number scratched off. It's been wiped out of prints. So my mage handed it across the way. We're gonna have to call in Columbo on this. Where's K9? Call him in. Anyways, I wanted to see how you were doing for several reasons and see if you are of the mind to speak.
Speak?
Yes. I know that you may be burying yourself in the work and the recovery efforts right now, but while Rhiannon certainly lost the most of us, you are not without your own loss in this.
She doesn't say anything, but she knows, like, she knows what you're getting at.
Is there anything you wish to discuss? Is there anything that would help?
I'm
Have
I'm just kind of surprised that you're coming about this to me now, but I'm not used to talking
It's
about
not
it.
like there was much time to speak of your brother between when we learned of it and, you know, this. Just gesturing around.
Right. To be honest, I've been trying not to think about it. I'm just trying to focus on helping Syria at the moment. I don't want to end up putting my own sort of grievances over hers or whatever I might end up doing with that or come across as. So I haven't really dealt with
That
it.
is a noble thing to do, but you must understand that just because others have burdens does not invalidate your own. Nor does you having burdens invalidate theirs. You cannot compare griefs because everyone is affected differently. Regardless, I wanted to make some suggestions that you may be able to recover something.
Oh,
If this creature, the way it worked, is as it seemed, which seemed to be some form of mental or memory change or something, then it shouldn't have affected anything that was written or kept, such as the painting we found. If the painting exists, then there should be more things. Maybe if you go back through some old journals or anything you may have kept or written, you may be able to find more. I know it is little solace now, but just because someone is gone does not mean you should forget them, even if it hurts.
I'd
In
rather
time, the things that hurt worst will eventually come to mean quite a bit to you and make you feel closer and make you understand who someone was, what they meant, and how you can best honor them.
Yeah, yeah. I get what you mean. I suppose I can see. I don't think I have anything, but I can check. But I was thinking about asking you and possibly Akasha to check out the. Out of character, do we know it's a Hydra, or are we just calling it a creature?
We
know
know
it's some kind of Hydra.
Yeah, we don't know exactly what it is, other than it definitely was a Hydra.
Okay. Also, he got obliterated. There's like a couple of heads left, and I think that's it.
Believe it.
It's just a smear now.
Most
a
of
smear
it.
and a couple of heads.
Okay,
Namely, the ones that had Kali and Akasha in them.
Yeah,
It's most of the heads in that situation.
Yeah,
Hey.
I was gonna say we could check out the body
Grumpily
and see if there's anything inside it, but
Kicked the head.
if it's just head, there's gonna be nothing. All right then, I will track that.
You didn't, when its influence was gone, you didn't gain any of these memories back, though?
So you definitely did. They all came flooding back, as we had kind of already talked about. It's not so much that when they died, it was when you looked at it again, all the memories came rushing back, which was what filled you with a bunch of rage. The thing about the past 2 hours is you being, or Celica being Celica, she's quelled a lot of that, and we'll address it when the time comes.
Conceal, don't feel.
When there's a moment of reprieve or whatever, we get a moment to ourselves.
Yeah.
In that case, then, I did have another matter I wish to discuss with you.
Mm-hmm.
I know that you have been researching various things, chief among them your own abilities and your blade. What have you learned about these mantis blades? They seem strangely intertwined with our fates at this point.
Well, to be honest, not as much as I'd like. I have been reading one of the books. I was trying to read it with Sa, but it just went over her head. So I don't know if she's just a lost cause, but that.
Truth.
But, one of them was, give me a moment, I need to remember the name. Where is it?
The ones we have are death, dishonor, and deceit.
Yeah.
One who's going to get destruction.
Also,
pure energy.
The Way of the Blade. And that is specifically about mantis blades and how
Well,
to wield.
Yes,
Well-
how to wield them, yes. And you've
Yeah.
read Rethvel, the Arcane Blade, you've read Rensal, Inner Power, and Rethtal, which is Arcane Mind.
When did I read that one?
Oh, you're right, it is unwritten. Yeah, that was me preparing for it. So Arcane Mind is
Okay.
next.
Okay, then. So yeah, I've read chapter 1 and 2.
Do you know how many of these blades there are supposed to be? Is there a specific number known?
No idea.
I must have made up the number 7 then. No, only as much as what Zadraxir knew about them, but he told everyone about that.
Yes.
The only other place we would find out anything more would be in Zendrick.
And you said that this blade sometimes speaks to you, yes?
No.
Oh, yeah. He says no, but yes.
So it has a mind and a will of its own. Then.
Yes, but from what I understand, not all mantis blades are like that. They're all like created individually, and some can create different. I guess you would call them quirks. I know SARS does.
And we're made in pairs.
Yeah, in pairs. Oh. Well, I didn't remember that, so I remember that now.
No, he says that.
Oh.
Steve's like, we're
With
made
a blade?
we're made in pairs. Yeah. Yeah. You guys don't hear it. It only talks to Celica.
Yeah.
I'm listening to more voices in my brain.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, yeah. I'm just as as an audience member. I'm
Yes.
like the blade.
Yeah, the blade has spoken.
Yeah. Huh. Well,
And you just said that to Kali, right? That they're made in pairs.
yeah.
Is one of the other ones we have the paired one to yours?
Yes, they had already made that connection. That the other one was named Death.
Yeah, death
And-
before dishonor.
Yeah, and that would be the pair to this one. So
The one that Star has.
yes, Deceit. We do not know its pair, and it has not tried to talk or anything like that to Rhiannon.
But
So
neither of
she's-
us know that.
Yeah, I mean, in the 2 hours span, I have not sent anything to PC yet about the blade. So
We need to figure out, since yours seems to have a voice and a will, if the others do as well. If perhaps there is some influence that they have on the wielder, or vice versa.
Well, I don't know about SARS. I know SARS can speak, and our blades have communicated together. But other than that,
We touched tips.
I think
Share
Summer
ourselves.
gave me indigestion.
in what way? she meant to say that in her brain, but she says that out loud.
I don't know. I just don't feel so good.
And
It just
so
turns to
d-
dust.
You... Ah!
No, Steve. But can I quickly check it while she's about to say something else?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll whip it out and I'll.
Whoa!
Yikes.
We
I'll
are
look
in
at-
public. If you want to do that kind of thing, let us go to a room.
She's not opposed to it. Okay. Yeah, she'll check her blade.
All right, give me an insight check.
Oh boy, is it lying to me?
He's just playing a big joke. You idiot! I don't have a stomach.
Okay, so insight is a +4, so that is an 8 + 4.
That's a number.
9, 10, 11, 12.
Yes. Looking him over, you notice that he feels just the slightest bit more heavy.
Okay.
The weight of the actions that you've taken.
Is it? Now, I don't know if it's like a thing I can do, but because I'm an Eldritch Knight and I can magically bond with a sword, which I've done with this, can I tell anything if anything's changed through that connection?
Nothing's changed connection-wise, but he's a bit weighed down. Maybe it's all this emotional baggage of yours.
Finally, someone else can have it. Hmm.
Like 8 duffel bags, they just say emotional on them.
All filled with tungsten blocks.
I'll ask him and just be like, is there anything else that you don't feel that's right? Because you do feel heavy.
Wow.
No, I just don't feel quite right. I think it had to do with some of the shattering stuff. I don't know. It was just... I'm only really just starting to feel it, but I'll keep you posted if anything changes.
Okay. I will question you about what happened during that fight anyway, because you were doing things on your own.
Well, yeah, I'm supposed to protect you.
Yeah, but you've never really moved on your own before.
Celica, are you okay?
Oh yeah, she's just having this
Yeah.
conversation.
Oh, sorry.
You sort of zoned out there for a moment.
You never really not move on your own.
Sorry, I've got two conversations going, Carly. So, I guess I'll just inform you of that. It's apparently he doesn't feel that great.
The sword
Feels a bit-
chooses the swordsman, they say. Oh, whatever.
Apparently he doesn't like me.
No guilt
Yeah.
job tonight.
That seems concerning. So we learned previously that your blade can harbor souls, yes?
Mm-hmm.
And we also saw the direct result of what a soul that had extremely strong feelings, tendencies, and inclinations did to even a being as powerful as Sidraxia when it gave him life.
Oh yeah, remember that time that he stabbed you and killed you?
Yes, I do.
That was kind of funny.
I'm worried about you, man.
I'm just saying, it came out of
Do you-
nowhere. Like he just stood
Do
up
you
and
think
stabbed you.
that? Do you think that perhaps the souls that are taken into it could affect them? Do you think that even if they don't, is there a way to release them? Because Summers was used to slay many of the people here, and if there are some who it may still be possible, depending on the state of their bodies, to bring back with the resources of the Inleas estate, we would definitely need to free their souls. So,
Well,
since your sword talks, can it release souls?
I mean, you know that I can bring you back.
Yeah, by using up the soul that you absorbed.
Yeah, well, releasing it, and through the release, the transfer of energy is passed on to you, and then you are restored back to life.
Yeah, I mean, last time I tried to ask you about the soul thing, you didn't know what I was talking about.
Oh, hey, I remembered something new.
Oh, great. What?
I just told you.
Oh,
I just didn't realize I remembered it.
okay. Well, all right then. Thanks. You also remembered how to apparently use one of the souls during the fight as well, apparently, to power yourself up.
Oh. Well, I don't remember doing that.
Kelly.
All right. I'm going to take a quick pause from this to address the other party members.
Okay. Please, spare me.
You should just put that in the D&D map somewhere on the floor so people can see it.
What? We don't have to. We can just zoom right on in there.
Oh yeah, just zoom in on Kelly's face.
All right. So, Akasha, you've been helping mostly with triage and aiding the wounded and assisting where magical healing, essentially when you ran out of magical healing, you've been able to assist through your bardic inspiration, medicine checks, things like that. And it's been a pretty nasty sight. My question is this: do you help the injured on both sides?
Yes.
All right. It is under Celine's orders that her staff and the doctors and nurses here on site are to treat the Inleas forces first, but if any of the opposing forces have mortal injuries, to treat them at, I guess, immediately after treating the worst off of the Inleas. So if somebody's life is threatened, save the life first, then work from Inleas down to the attackers.
Don't help
Okay,
discussing.
that aligns with my morality.
So
Rhiannon just pops in there. No!
stop that.
What are you
Cease.
doing? This is disgusting.
Traitor!
Well, as you're helping the Inleas forces, those that are able to kind of get back up and start walking and helping and doing whatever they can do so, and they also help the opposing forces. One thing that you're noticing across all of the opposing forces is an insignia, a pin lapel, sometimes an arm banner. No matter what, it's always a single black wing on a red backdrop of some sort. It's just a plain red backdrop. It's and a black wing. You can give me a history check to see if you recognize what this insignia is.
Yeah. All right. I rolled a 13 plus 2, so that is a 15 total.
A 15 total?
Yes.
Your studies in history only offer very brief mention of the Blackwing Company, which is a mercenary company that operated during the last war over in Karnath, the Talenta Plains, Old Sire, and Vaelnar. And they were notable fighters on whatever side paid them the most, essentially. They were a very successful mercenary company.
Okay, so this is like fighters for hire.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So now the question is, who would have hired them, other than Summer, I guess, but
Yes.
or how they would have all been. How would they have? I mean, I know that like I would be aware that they had those things out, like "Come help," right? The flyers.
Yeah, that is probably the biggest draw-in initially, was putting the word out, openly kind of opposing the Talonors in Terra Palestas. But it was a necessary thing to do. Somebody had to oppose them openly, and the Enlaeus family is one of the wealthiest and more powerful families here in Vaelnar, aside from the Elven tribes, which pretty much stay out of politics. They operate under rule of combat. Whoever's strongest holds their own.
Okay, so kind of like, well, I'm not thinking about like League of Legends, like Noxus is like, might is right sort of thing.
That's how the Vaelnar elves are, pretty much, yeah.
Okay. Would I be thinking of any kind of... Would I be coming to any kind of conclusion that would be helpful to, like, Rhiannon at this point?
It's going to be important, most likely, to know that this company, you've identified them.
Then they all of them seem to have that insignia.
Yeah, there's not a single person that doesn't have, as far as the opposing forces, that doesn't have that emblem insignia on them in some form. I mean, even in case of like they only have the smallest tattoo, or they'll have a ring that has it on it. But they all do, and in the chaos of triage, nobody's really stopping to take that into account. Jax, please turn it down. Or headset. So if you want, you can continue assisting with the triage, or you can, now that you're finding this information out and putting two and two together, you can take it to Rhiannon.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna like kind of half and half. So if there's anyone else that she can see, or there was somewhere else that she needed to go urgently, she's gonna do that for like a few minutes, and then she would go kind of when she feels like she's kind of used up like
Her resources.
most of her juice. Yeah, she's gonna go find Rhiannon.
Okay.
Her magic juice.
All right.
Magic juice.
So, Rhiannon, we're picking up directly after, you see that Kael's eyes are totally blue. He sees the concern, kind of the look into his eyes, and kind of lets go of you and says, "What is it? What's wrong?"
She'll ask. Her eyes blue as well.
Of course they are.
No, the entirety. Blue and blue.
Oh, no. Just blue.
Yeah, shit. So the other character, she hasn't got the infection anymore then, I'm guessing.
No, you asked if it was entirely blue, and they're not. They're just blue. You can have him look closer, but right now he's not seeing... He's not likely looking for anything strange.
That's... Oh, oh man, that's... That stabs in the right kidney. So, like, his blue eyes, would you say they're, like, similar to what we saw back post-Argonth, or worse than that?
No, they're completely blue. There's no other color in his eyes.
Oh, okay. Just solid blue. Holy shit.
Yes.
It's because of the Storm Song? Because of the sword? Are my eyes like that because of the thingy I picked up from Dead Syria? Oh my god, what's going on? So no lightning. And what about it hit the sword he
Well,
is holding?
He knows about the blue lightning in your eyes and stuff like that. Like, to him, your eyes are normal.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure. I thought you meant like those solid blue.
His eyes are.
Yeah. You know, so no iris is nothing, just
Yeah,
okay.
his eyes are
It's different.
complete blue.
Alright. And the Storm Song, was it called Storm Song, the sword? Or Storm something or other?
I believe it's the Storm's Blessing.
Oh.
Let
Isn't
me
that
just
staff?
double-check.
No, that's the thing that Rhiannon got.
Yeah, the scepter is Storm Blessing.
Yeah, that's the Storm's Blessing. That's the rod.
Yeah. And what was the sword he got?
Oh, his sword.
Yeah.
No, that was... Let me see here.
I'm checking my notes too.
Right here. Yeah, Storm Song.
Yeah, so cool. Would I be able to do... So it's solid blue, and it's not shifting or anything like the Kyber infection at all? His eyes?
No, they're solid blue, but it does look like a Kyber shard color.
Okay. Is there any Arcana check or anything I could do to sort of more closely examine perhaps the connection to the sword in his eyes, or whatever just happened since picking up Storm's Blessing?
No, there would be no connection between the Storm's Blessing and you know that Storm Song, because you've seen it and been able to inspect it. You know that it is simply basically a magic sword. It's a +1 blade mechanically, but it doesn't do anything else. It's just an exceptional blade that was used during the last war. So that you know that it would not cause his eyes to be like this, nor should the rod.
Oh boy. Okay, that's exceedingly worrying. I think she'll just ask him to walk with her as she continues out towards the estate to go find Mother and the rest of them, and on the way there she'll call Torrin and ask that if he's able to bring Lyrander aid to the estate.
So he sends back currently evading, unable to help.
Oh wow, okay, shit. Let me see how many slots I got left quickly. Sending. 1. Okay. Quickly back to evading whom?
He supposes the Talonors. He has to fly into the mist.
Oh, shit.
Oh shit. Ah.
That's not good.
He is able to ink out kind of at the before the sending wears off. They knew.
Yeah. We'll kill him, I guess. Hopefully see him on the other side. If he evades him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Continue on with the other things that Rhiannon wants to do. Yeah, she'll go onto Mother, check out the triage, inspect all the wounded.
All right. So along that route, Akasha finds you. Akasha, take it away.
So I've got like probably blood of various people on me somewhere that I haven't prestidigitationed away because I was thinking about what I was going to say about the mercenaries. So I'm going to say she kind of... Would Rhiannon look like distracted and nervous about the message she just heard?
She'll pretty much be blank-faced, Tony.
Okay. She has an impenetrable poker face. All right, so Akasha's just gonna walk up to her and just straight up tell her that I have noticed this insignia on all of the how would you say it, enemy forces. She's gonna describe what she saw, and what she knows about it.
With that information, you can make a history check with advantage, PC.
Just trying to refresh my character page. API's conked out apparently. Oh my god, D&D Beyond. Oh, maybe is that working?
It was acting funny earlier too.
Yeah, just quickly open the app. Anyway, I think my history was pretty high. Any second it'll load up again. What's gonna happen now?
I would
One
check
day.
if I was allowed to look.
I have it as +8.
Oh, cool. Alrighty. Actually, here's that. When she hears mercenary, she'll sort of just like a small look of disgust, and like she would want to spit on the ground, but can't. So it'd be unsanitary and unsightly. That is a 19 total.
All right. So, thank you for their fresh baked goods to the chat. You said it was an 18 total?
Yep.
You've heard of them. You don't know the details all the way down to who the leader is, but they were successful. Your father had mentioned fighting alongside them a couple of times, but you don't recall specifics enough to know their full size. You do know that they were always successful in some degree. One of the key things that stood out that your father had mentioned was that you never really win against the Blackwing Company. You simply lose less.
Hmm.
That makes
Sure,
it
look at-
rougher because it's like a company that's worked with this family.
Yeah. She'll look up and down and just say, when they're not bleeding out hopelessly, divide them, sort them out into the company, separate them, then bring them outside. And she'll go up and down looking for who's probably the most in charge looking guy.
So asking around. Because the job seems done, you know. it seems that it is at its end. There are some that seem to be treating this very businesslike, and they let you know that the demon is their leader. Questioning that some, you find out that it is a man by the name of, let me pull it right up over here. There it is. Just a second, I gotta copy it over to the Discord group. The demon, Sir Vile
Baelborn.
Demon Baelborn. He's a very grim-looking man. He's completely unwounded. He's helping, looking over the forces and whatnot, and when he finally does see Rhiannon, he's basically walks up and is ready for you to talk. He... Let me pull the picture up. So the whole group can see.
I've got something silly that Akasha would do as well.
On his, the left side of his shirt is the black wing emblem. But he's built and doesn't have really any emotion on his face.
Does he have any dirt on his face?
Yeah, he is a bit grimed up.
So Akasha is like a little bit inappropriate. So she, like not in like a harmful way. So she's just gonna like press the she's gonna press the digitation, like licking her thumb. You know, like when you wipe something, like, she's gonna wipe dirt off of him, like without asking.
So he's a good bit taller than her.
Yeah. So
When
it's even more ridiculous.
when he goes to do that, when she goes to do that, he looks down and he holds 2 fingers up towards your wrist to stop you from reaching his face. And he says, "I don't believe that this is the correct time."
Oh, all right. She's gonna look at Rhiannon and see if there's anything she can press a digitation off of her.
No, there's plenty.
Blood streaming down from her mouth,
Yeah.
everything. But she'll
Yeah, so
she'll
she's
give,
doing that a little bit.
Okay.
but she'll just give Akasha a sort of flick of the head, saying, "Go somewhere else."
Wow. Jeez.
What?
She's gonna go like behind her, like where no one can see, and like be getting stuff out of her hair.
So she'll just bluntly ask him, "Your name?"
Sir Baelborn.
I think my father made mention of you once or twice before.
Yes, I have fought alongside Beric several times and against him.
She'll just like clench her jaws.
Forgive
Lightly.
me, Lord
Well, yeah.
Beric. Nobility is rather strange to me. I do not mean to offend.
Strange to you. Wouldn't it be just as strange to accept coin to come here, disguised, and do what you have done?
No.
It's good to know. When your men are well enough, gather them up and head outside. We'll speak there.
That we shall.
She'll walk off to find her mother, Theseus, Max, and Yevi, and whatever remain of the senior house guard.
Okay.
And while she's at it, she'll probably summon using Conjure Minor Elemental, a gargoyle to help her around a bit.
Okay.
So he'll stick around for the hour.
Yeah. You do notice as you're walking back through your state that the common room, it suffered a big fire. The paintings in there are just ash, essentially. The frames are there, soot-marred frames, but there's nothing left of the pictures that were in them. The rugs, of course, really never had any value to you, but the paintings were fairly meaningful. But you do find Celine and the others. It's all business right now for Celine. She knows what's coming later, but right now she's focused on getting things in order.
I guess you'll just help her around with that then.
Okay.
I'll wait until the Blackwing men are outside.
Okay. It's going to take some time. It'll be almost nightfall by the time that they are good to go. By the time they have everybody rounded up properly. We still have the tunnel to deal with, and the whispering, all of that, to deal with before we can talk to the Blackwing Company, because we don't want that getting worse.
No.
So, do you want Celine to have Mage Rights come with you to do that, or is that something you would rather just do with the group?
Well, I think since it's fairly serious, as many people can be spared for it,
Okay,
who are able to effectively help.
sure.
Looking at my spells, I haven't got much other than chromatic orb, that sort of thing.
Right. Okay. So she's going to have orders sent for Mage Rights to come and aid with the tunnel. We'll cut back over.
Both sides.
Well,
It'd have to be both sides. Close.
yeah, exactly. Because it was caved in on both ends. Yeah. Essentially, I mean, really, the main thing that we need to do is to try and close it off from Kyber. So the collapse is fine, but it needs to be a sealed collapse. You don't have to go in and excavate. We don't need to rebuild the tunnel right now for any real reason.
Don't we need to excavate Gaius and Barrick's bodies?
That's already been done. They were
okay.
at the innermost end of it, and they had already been partially uncovered. Or at least they were left partially uncovered. Cutting back over to Sa. Sa, do you know Elven?
I believe so. Let me see. No. I know Aquan Common, Deep Speech, Druidic, and Thieves' Camp.
Okay, so you don't know the full meaning of the name.
Vernacular.
Anyways, she has introduced herself as Selena Landro, and I'll copy that over. And she has come to the conclusion that Sa is an angel from the whose soul originates in the Lazar principalities. Due to
That
the
was my last
accent.
character.
What? She's an angel that, who in life lived in the Lazar principalities, clearly, which also explains this air of fish about her. She does say that she is a bit dismayed that in the afterlife her vision is just as bad as it was in the material life. But for the moment, she seems quite captivated by you, your personality, and other things that people have look down on you for.
No one looks down on Saw. They must look up. I guess she's like, yeah, if she'd like bring her over to like the medic station or whatnot.
Wait, I know that
She-
blur. And she's looking up towards the estate fortress that's kind of up on the hill. She goes, "Oh, so we're still on the material plane. My soul hasn't left.
Yes.
This is so interesting."
Wait. Saw's just like really. Baby, you're not dead.
Oh. Well, why didn't you say that?
To be honest, I don't know.
Well, this is disappointing.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
She
wouldn't like being
she
dead,
slaps
though.
at
I
your
was
chest.
better-
She slaps at your chest and goes, "That's not very nice. You shouldn't
She's like-
say that I should be dead."
She's like, she didn't mean it like that. No. You wouldn't like being dead. I was dead an hour ago.
You're such a bully. You rescue me from rubble, and let me call you an angel for half an hour. Go on about the sovereign host, and then you say that I'm better off dead. If I didn't find you so attractive, I'd say you're mean.
Okay, I'm gonna need to find you your glasses. You guys, it didn't come through the mic, but he just started cackling back here. I think you broke your mic.
Oh no, I'm good. I was waiting for you to say something. else.
Okay. Yeah, she. We're gonna have to find those glasses.
Oh, they'll have to be made. That was. And she kind of like looks dismayed. My last pair.
Saw doesn't have mending.
She actually says that. He's like,
No.
"Talking stuff
Saw
that don't-"
doesn't have mending. Saw sad.
Saw sad. Saw smash.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
I mean,
whoa.
Fade to black.
Patreon only.
If worse comes to worse, you can use the like leftover bottles you've got, glass bottles, and use them as glasses.
Wow.
Honey, that's not how that works.
That's how some might think they work.
I know.
Somebody comes over.
Sal has an intelligence of 10. I think that's enough.
Somebody comes over and grabs the remains of Selena's glasses.
I was about
And-
to say, Sal's just like standing there, like, what do
Yeah.
I do with this old woman?
Yes. And they just fix the glasses, hand them back, and leave. They don't explain anything else. They're like, "You got this person. You're stuck with
And
it."
Sal's
This
just
is-
like, kind of like, still just holding her, like, no, here. Okay, bye.
She puts on the glasses, which magnify her eyes a good bit. And
Anime character.
they're a very like brilliant green. And she looks up and she sees Saw fully for the first time, and she gasps. She's, "You are beautiful."
This is... I think Saw's just like gonna look around for a bit.
Your body is like the host incarnate.
I'm gonna do a medicine check on her. Make sure she doesn't have a concussions.
Go ahead.
It's like when people don't show any interest, she's into them, but as soon as they do, it's like, is there something wrong with you?
Well, it's also she's not used to being like fawned over. It's more of a smash and pass. 19. 20.
She is completely medically fine. Let me. One of her eyes looks you up and down.
It takes 30 seconds.
So she's completely fine medically.
Yeah.
And she's suffered some damage, of course, from being, collapsed on, but she doesn't have like a concussion or anything like that. She's mostly minor bruises, maybe a twisted ankle or a small break in the ankle, so she's unable to properly walk.
Yeah, I think Saw can dish it, but she can't take it. So she's just gonna be like, I should probably get back to digging dead people.
Take me with you.
Trouble.
She doesn't even let you finish. Just take me with you. I cannot walk. I believe my ankle is broken. It must be. It's so painful.
You just checked and made sure she was medically fine.
Saw's going to start going to look it over and then just be like, hold up. And then just kind of oh, in her head. So she's just gonna walk over to one of the ledges and set her down on it, sitting.
Uh-huh.
Saw's gonna kneel down, take the rug off of her back.
Oh God.
No, wait, don't. She's too innocent. I don't want to eat her.
She's gonna flap it out on the pavement and roll
please.
it up.
Is that rug
And then,
talking?
yeah, don't worry about it. It's just hungry. I'll feed it later.
Hungry.
And she's just gonna tie it around her waist, all rolled up.
Oh.
And then she's gonna turn her back to the ledge. She's gonna turn her back to the ledge, and she's still kneeling with her back towards this elf, and her hands go back behind her, and she's up.
She scoots forward very daintily, and when you go to lift her up, she does wince quite seriously when her right ankle is kind of jostled. So it could be a small fracture. It's definitely at least twisted. But again, she's medically fine otherwise, no concussion or anything like that. She's just, all things considered, minor injury. And she's like, this is wonderful. I've always wondered what it would be like to be so tall. You're quite cold, do you know that? But I do
now
love...
you can look down on them.
I do love your tattoo.
It's her inner thought right there.
Now we know why there's moisture coming off a star.
So as you're walking, eventually winding your way back to the party, she's messing with your ears, trying to determine, are they fins? Are they ears? Do they serve any other purpose?
I'm twitching them and flapping them.
Just flap, flap, flap. One time it smacks her in the head, and she kind of does that sorry.
Saw's like, if you like him that much, Kali has a spare.
So, over to Kali and Celica, as Saw has a backpack elf walking up the road here.
Oh, you can be my backpack while I run.
Run, jump, run.
And I said, seagulls, stop it now.
Sorry, Kylie, what you asking me?
Hello.
Well, Well, I've been sort of waiting for you to respond for like 2 minutes now while I presume, talk to your sword. Either you have some sort of mild concussion. I'm not sure.
She's drooling, just like staring into the distance, conversing with the sword in her head.
Yeah, sorry. I think you were asking about how to get souls outside of the sword.
Yes, I was, but just for my own peace of mind, I don't look weird when I'm talking to people in their heads, do I?
So, as Sa is, pulling up next to you in her Maserati,
Damn, girl!
her sword says, "Oh, you definitely do."
Yeah, but I don't hear her sword.
Do for what?
But you do. You don't hear
I do hear her
Celica's.
sword?
Yeah, you don't hear Celica's. You hear Sa's
So is this vocally audible, or do I hear this mentally?
vocally. The two guys that have been standing here this whole time working on this cannon, this mortar, they look over at Sa and wonder how she had such a deep voice, but they just kind of get back to work.
I'll try to keep that in mind so that it's not obvious then.
Yeah, I'm just kind of like looking
Regardless-
down, like, wait,
Is that a person on your back?
yes.
Hello. Senla Landro, pleased to meet you. I didn't know she had talking pants.
It's her sword, actually.
Oh,
A literal sword, just to avoid any confusion here.
Yeah, she met
Since
the
you mentioned
rug a
the
second
oh, of
ago.
course. And she like knocks her knuckles onto her head and kind of like sticks her tongue out. Like, of course.
Oh god.
I get it. It's her sword. Okay.
Where did you find this woman?
And where can I find one for me?
She's buried under the rafters. I just kind of picked her up.
In the library, I was in code. I was calling for help.
Did you get the P wrong?
I did not get the P wrong.
You did get the P wrong.
I did not get the P wrong.
Yeah, I did. And I'm gonna like tap on my seashell. The correct taps for P.
That's a T, dear.
No, you had a T.
No, I had a P. That's a T.
No, it is the opposite way.
Kali just starts rubbing her horn.
Tell her that this, and she like knocks, is a P, and she does like a little bit more of a different knock, but it's also on Sa's shell, like she's reaching in front and knocking the shell, and she says, that's a T. There's a very subtle difference.
I don't think Kali has any idea
No,
about this
not at all.
weird.
No.
She's just like, look, if you want to use whatever as an excuse to feel all over Sa, then that's fine. It's y'all's business.
That's just like
I-
has her arms out, like,
How
like I'm a
dare
pirate.
you? And I'm a lady.
And she's just like, I know these things.
You're literally straddling her back, and then you're trying
Because
to claim
I
yourself
have a
that you're
broken
lady.
foot.
Yes. Would you like a splint?
That's just like, you don't.
I do not need a splint. I have a saw.
Just so you
So
know,
kinda
this is a
shrugs
very
her
limited
shoulders.
time. Just so you know, this is a limited time rental here.
I am quite all right with that.
We're going to need our saw back.
As you were saying,
Regardless.
I mean, I sort of want to ask her how she can even hear the sword, but
Sa's just gonna like.
Well, it just
I'm a
spoke
pirate and I grew up on a pirate
No, but
ship. You tell
aloud.
me
Why
I don't
doesn't
know
yours
about
do
pirate
that? It
manga.
would be much easier.
I am speaking aloud.
How are you speaking aloud?
No.
Celica
Celica's
doesn't.
blade says, I am speaking aloud. Only to Celica.
Oh, okay. So I was
This would
about
be a
to
lot
say-
easier if we could converse with all of them.
yeah, apparently Sar's sword can speak, even though originally before it couldn't speak. Mine can't speak. He can speak to me though, and he's telling
Yeah.
me that he can speak to me.
Well,
Yeah,
yes,
Callie,
he
how
could.
can you hear my sword?
He could speak. We
It's
talked.
literally just talked.
Wait, you could hear that one?
He could.
She's asking.
Your
we've
sword
been-
literally just talked like it had a freaking mouth on it.
But we've been talking together.
Yes, we spoke to your sword before.
I am so confused.
No, Celica's the only one that hears this, but he's saying that he and Death and Dishonor have been they've conversed a little bit, and Death is a butthole, but aside from that, he's been talking aloud too. You guys keep saying you can't hear. Something's wrong with you guys. He's talking aloud.
Anyways,
Who is?
do you know how
Steve.
to release the souls in you or whatever it is?
Yes.
Is that something that can be done without some sort of dire consequences?
It depends on your definition of dire consequences.
As in something that doesn't involve killing or maiming someone else.
Well, you had to get the soul somehow.
I'm talking about getting it out.
Right.
Summer's Blade stole many of the Inleus folks' souls, I am sure, and I believe that the resources of the estate may be used, if we move quickly, to possibly bring some of them back, if their souls can be at least set free so that they can either move on to their afterlife or return to life once more.
Okay. Here's the deal. Over there, he would gesture to Celica and Dishonor, but he can't. He says, over there is Dishonor. We've gone over this before. It is, I'm sure, a good bit different from me. He should be able to rend inanimate objects with ease. He should also be able to restore his wielder to life by expending a soul within it, or within him. The release of this soul releases a good deal of energy, which just so happens to be enough to grant its wielder life once more, so long as only a few minutes have passed. I am exceptionally lethal in my ways, but as far as I'm aware, once the soul is released, it continues on in its natural cycle.
So that's what happened when the dragon guy stabbed her.
So once used, it's immediately sent to where it's supposed to go. That's what you're saying.
It goes wherever. I don't.
So how do
No
you
works.
release your souls?
In the same way.
How can people suddenly hear you?
They should have been able to hear me. I've
Well,
already been
I
talking with
heard you.
Dishonor.
Yeah, didn't Kali hear Saw's sword from the start?
Oh,
That's what
I thought it was like
No, only Steve spoke directly
Yeah.
to Celica.
I got it because we were in the bar and no one else was listening in. I guess.
Well, when you're in a bar and there's a bunch of talking going on, you don't really notice.
Yeah. True.
Yeah.
True.
Because there's been a lot of
Have you been... Can... I assume Celica's... Steve can also hear us. Do either of you have the ability to talk to... Well, I suppose it is Rhiannon's sword now, not Summer's.
No.
If
We can speak only when wielded, and specifically, we only have a connection to each other and our wielders.
And
Oh,
by
so
each other, you
can-
mean your pair.
Yes, me with Dishonor. In
Do you
turn,
know
we do
the
not
pair
remember
to
much
deceive?
about our previous owners. We exist for our current owner. We hold
you perhaps
no loyalties of any sort. We simply are.
Do you perhaps know the pair to deceit?
I know nothing about deceit.
I have never told a lie.
Insight check.
The blade. I know nothing about deceit. The blade.
I lie all the time, though, for serious.
And I don't know if trying to force out any souls inside the sword worked, because I tried it. If you remember back when we were fighting, well, not fighting Sidraxia, but when we were talking in the what was it? An underground crypt, or was it just a tomb?
It was
So
a crypt.
Kali's going to.
It was a
Sorry, go ahead.
necropolis.
Okay, in the necropolis. If you remember when I was trying to help with that, I tried to force a soul out, which just made it spark a lot, and it was hurting him.
Yeah.
So it didn't really work out that way.
Yes, that's ill-advised. Trying to take control of the power of a soul yourself threatens to destroy the blade and yourself. Steve just goes, "Oh, I didn't know that."
I didn't know that. I'm glad it didn't work.
Me too. We should have had him all along.
So Kali's
Like, stop it!
Looking-
Don't pick on her.
looking Saw over very carefully. Does Saw's mark look different? Or is it completely obscured by Backpack Elf?
It's not completely obscured because it's a full body marking.
Yeah,
No-
it's a full upper chest. Like, it's the neck and full sleeves.
So there's more to it. It's more intricate now. There's smaller, I guess, filigrees, and the thing that catches you that's the most different is you do see markings going along her legs now.
Oh.
Can I also
Getting
notice this, or
big.
am I blind?
No, you're not blind. It's just like it's not something you picked up on right away. Once you kind of like size her up, you're like, wait, that something's different about her. Did she get a haircut? Oh, wait, no, that's her marking. It's bigger. There's more.
I
This was
did
one of
get
the
a
things-
haircut. It was a really close trim.
I guess.
And then Kali also like is surreptitiously. Well, I mean, she knows that it should be gone, but she is checking Saw's eyes as well
I
to see
can
if there's any of the flicker.
I can see your tendons. That's quite strange.
She looks at the Backpack Elf.
Me?
She hasn't been introduced to Backpack Elf, so until then.
She did say her name was
Ellie
Selena
meant-
Landro.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I'm bad. My bad. I was thinking she was still mentally regarding her as Backpack Elf.
It's quite
She
interesting.
says, "Yes, it makes for both a troubling and elucidating experience for certain wounds to be tended to.
I imagine it makes it quite easy. Sorry
At
to interrupt.
times,
Go ahead.
but
Go ahead.
when there's internal bleeding that obscures through the layers, it becomes very problematic."
She is immediately silenced and trying to like conjure that image in her head. So she's off in La La Land.
Immediate looting.
Yeah.
Load. So I'm guessing that Saw does not have any of the blue flash in her eyes anymore.
No, her eyes are normal as they were before getting the Kyber dust inhaled.
Okay. Saw, since you have returned to us, has your mark felt different to you? Has it felt more powerful or less controllable? I saw what happened in the courtyard, and
I don't know. It's a little itchy.
Out of character, it's very, very different. You struggle to contain the power within your body.
I leaked.
You essentially were pulling a Celica, but luckily there weren't as many people around to accidentally
Yeah.
kill.
Yeah. See, I did it. And never mind. I'm not gonna go with that joke.
say it, pirate.
No.
Can I like more? What's the word? I wouldn't say intensely, but look at it more discernibly or something. Like look at it in depth, because I know.
Yeah,
about
because
monsters.
you have direct experience with having a dragon mark. I'll give you advantage on an intelligence check of your choice.
So Sala's just like getting examined by Callie and Celica at the same time as after just being examined by the elf. She's just she's
I'm
just like
rubbing,
posing.
Yeah.
rubbing my hands all over your mark.
Yeah.
Where's my other D20? Give me.
Little elf just reaches, slaps your hand away.
You stop that. This is my fish.
I've dropped the dice. Where's it gone? There it is.
Only had taken that invocation to polymorph.
You said any intelligence check, right?
Yeah, like investigation or whatever. Whatever is highest for you.
They're all pretty much the same, so I'll go with Arcana then for a +7.
All right.
Oh, baby. That's a 16 and an 18.
You gotta keep one.
I'll take the 18.
All right. +7, you said?
Yes.
All right, so 25. Right?
19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Yeah.
So you look it over, and I need a wisdom save.
Oh, God.
It's not anything to hurt you. I just need to know if you say
Your
this
head
aloud.
explodes.
Yeah, if you say this aloud or not. If it slips out.
That is a
accidentally.
10,
Okay.
and my wisdom is +0, so 10.
Okay, so no, this will slip out. Studying it, yours had turned into a Cerberus mark at one point in time. Before it was stolen from you. And this feels wrong. It feels the opposite of that. And you are unable to help the words from, blurting from your mouth. You say Kyber mark. It, unlike the Cerberus mark, where it got kind of brighter, more purple, and had more flowy design to it, and generally pointed upwards, all of hers seemed to more spin and point downwards, and it got darker to a degree. It seems more, I guess, latched onto her. It's you can feel just like barely when you kind of rub at one of the spots. There's a slight indented mark. It goes down a little bit, and it doesn't raise up. It goes down in just a tiny bit, enough that your finger can feel rubbing over it, like it's going over the creases in your hand.
Okay, so it's because because you said different thing now. So it's like originally with the mark that I had, it was just an aberrant mark. Then we thought it was a Cerberus mark,
Yes.
and then we got investigated, and we found out it was actually a Kyber mark because it couldn't be a Cerberus mark. I don't know if that was what we ended up.
Yes. No, that is
out.
that is. And the previous, I guess, thought was that yours was Cerberus because of all the basically the designs pointing upwards, pointing towards the heavens, that kind of stuff. And how the design changed seemed more Cerberus. But yes, through more studying and investigation, you realized it was a Kyber mark. This is essentially the same thing happening, but pointing downwards, and it immediately makes you think Kyber mark.
Okay. All right then. Judging by my own experience, then would I assume that it's also embedded in herself further, like it did with mine, with going into muscle?
Yeah, probably. Like I was saying, if you were to rub your finger over it, it's like the creases going down in your hand.
It started off as like a carved tattoo, like how
more
Maui
scar
tried
tissue. Yeah.
stuff. Yeah. So it would just be deeper, I guess.
Well, it wouldn't be raised up at all now. It just
no,
goes
it
down
wasn't.
in.
It was never raised.
Yeah, what I'm saying is like it. When you go over a scar tattoo, it has bumps. It's not perfectly smooth. In this case, it's indented down and then it like comes back up. It's pressed down in the skin is what it's like.
Yeah.
What do you mean when you say Kyber mark?
I'm trying because this isn't out in the open. I don't know if we should discuss this here. I'm not saying it's in character. I'm saying it's out of character. Can I take them to like the side so then they're out of earshot of anyone?
Yes.
Holly just sort of gestures at Selena.
Oh, don't mind me.
You probably don't want to hear this, but if you're going to
Oh,
stick around,
it's quite all right. I'm finding the whole thing fascinating. But we do
What
probably want to
manner
let
of
them
study are you?
get back to their work. And she points to the two working on the cannon that are very clearly like, ha 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 ha. I'm just loading this
Yeah.
piece in, and
Hey, wait, we all
I'm
look
mage
at them
right
as-
welding this. We haven't heard anything.
they know
Yeah.
too much. Kill them.
Selena points them out, and we all three of us turn our heads to them, and then just like immediately like look back at the cannon and start trying to get back to her.
Ting ting thunk. Ow ow.
All right, yeah, but I'll take them to the side.
All right.
Let's go over here into the stables. Don't get excited, Shy.
Oh,
All right. So
Right.
while that's going on, we're going to go back over to Rhiannon. And Akasha, do you want to have met with them, or would you rather have stuck with Rhiannon and started helping with the tunnel collapse problem?
Yeah, definitely, because she's very nervous about having heard the Corey voices.
Okay.
So she's like, it's like I don't know how to explain. She you know, she's terrified, but also like,
Curious.
you know, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, after some time has passed, some mage rights begin to show up, and they're ready to start maneuvering stone. But they're obviously put off by the whispering voices. And the dread that comes with getting closer and closer to that room, and by extension, the tunnels underneath. I'm going to move both of you over towards that room. Over here. The shadowy tendrils are being held at bay by the sunlight currently, but you can see in there this kind of writhing mass of shadow and tendrils, and at the end of the tendrils is these little three-fingered hands with an opposable thumb
it's
that
adorable.
reach out, and then they kind of touch the sunlight and recoil back in, and, as if they were feeling pain. And yes, while one or two would be cute, we're talking about hundreds of tiny, hands attached to tendrils that are all grabbies and recoiling.
That's what Saw was running from, by the way.
Yes.
And if only we had someone who could do radiant spells or something right about now.
If only we still had Shepherd.
Or
Or
Gaius.
somebody with a drift globe.
Oh,
So,
well.
Hmm.
with the mage rights kind of
But
behind you all, or the two of you, they are ready to press onward and down into the tunnel.
Oh.
With
if
you
it helps any code,
is one of the priests who is very
nervous.
Nervous?
yes. I'm trying to think of the way that I could describe him chanting his prayers other than nervously, but it's pretty much it. He's mumbling his chants, his mantras to the sovereign host, and he's even pulling some verses from the Silver Flame.
I think Rihanna would say to that, if you would, with some more confidence.
Yes, milady. And
If
he
it
tries
helps
to,
any.
to center himself, but he could certainly
Because
use
they-
some aid.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if it helps any, I want to do a persuasion check just to pop him up.
All right.
Oh,
Do we
I can
have?
help with persuasion.
Do we have? Oh, so, which of the two of you has higher persuasion?
I got a +9.
I have a plus 13.
Okay,
Oh shit.
so you'll be able to make
Yeah,
that with
In the
advantage. Do either of you have guidance, or do you have any more bardic inspiration, Lumi?
I do have bardic inspiration.
Okay. So definitely would want to use one of those, and give me a persuasion with advantage.
Okay. I rolled. Oops. Why did that go away? I don't know how I got rid of it, but I rolled whatever it was a total of 30.
Okay. So
And the other one?
17 plus 13. Yeah.
If you get advantage, you can do it twice.
Yeah, the other one was a 24. So.
Okay, cool.
you grant him bardic inspiration. That's easy enough. But between the both of you, you're able to reassure him that, the material danger is past. But we need to protect the souls of this group from the shadow that lurks below, from Kyber. And we need to ensure the safety of the estate before nightfall. And there's no greater threat to shadow than the light of the host in the silver flame. That he is the strongest threat here against what lurks below. And with his verses that he has practiced daily since he was a youngling, will have no problem pushing the shadow at bay. This instills some determination in him. He clears his throat and begins re-reciting his mantras and chants and his verses. And a light emanates from him. And this light, as you guys move forward, pushes those tendrils at bay. And seeing them recoil instills him with more confidence as you guys begin to venture into the tunnel below. You don't feel the temperature difference that you had felt initially. That cold that was chasing after you, but the whispers exist, and the shadows exist at the edge of visible light. And the whispers are still repeating, for at least for Akasha, freedom comes, we are coming. This can't be stopped. Darkness comes for all. That sort of stuff. The Magerites are able to get where Gaius and Barrick were excavated, and they're able to bridge the gaps that are allowing these tendrils through from these faint blue lights that are kind of peeking through these gaps in rubble. So they seal those up. And they have little issue doing so. But the whispers persist, much more faintly now. But they're still there. The Magerites do as best they can to completely solidify this closing. And essentially they make it smooth. It looks almost like concrete, like chunky concrete was poured. And then left to dry. Or has dried, I should say. But there's this, specifically for Akasha, this pulling feeling. It's like something's pulling you from inside to go into where the collapse originated. To go further below. And it is a haunting and eerie feeling. You're able to come back up out, and of course you now have to make that trip to the back side of the tunnels where the Hydra was destroyed and its body parts mostly lay scattered. you're able to travel through where Celica had opened up the walls at before Kali and the Mage Rights finished repairing those. And you're able to do the same from back there, and the whispers there are nowhere near as strong. It's so much further away from the collapse. The Hydra is being picked at by some birds, but there's nothing of I guess, danger back there, or at least of note, other than, just the Hydra's remains. And you're able to work your way back into the estate where these Mage Rights will begin fixing the walls before the sun fully sets.
Nope.
The next thing that we're going to be doing is getting towards sunset, but I want to address what's going on with Callie and the other group before going on a quick break.
Sure.
Let's see. So you guys went into the mostly burned up stables.
That is
Yep.
correct, sir.
All right, so definitely a good bit more private in here. Nobody's really bothering around here. There were animals, of course, but those that were alive and trapped have already been rescued. So I guess, Kali, take it away.
Oh, you were just for my own peace of mind. What sort of profession do you labor under, Selena?
Hi, Z. What is her profession? You said Selena's?
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
She says, I'm mostly an accountant here for the estate, but most of my work is done there in the now destroyed library. I guess most of my work was done there. But I do have a love for knowledge, history, the occult, of course. But what I was paid to do was bookkeeping, yes.
I'm not certain that you really want to be privy to this conversation.
Oh, but I do. This is quite fascinating.
Very well, then I'll leave it to you, Saw. Do you wish someone to learn things you may not already know about yourself at the same time you learn them?
Please?
She's doing like the puppy dog eyes.
With her giant glasses.
His son just kind of like shrugs her shoulders.
So I was like, I don't care.
Yeah.
Alright, so what exactly is a Kyber mark now, Celica?
All right. So I don't know too much about it other than what I've come across, but essentially, you know how Cerberus marks are and how they work, right?
Yes.
Kali just sort of like stops as she started to talk, just turns and stares for a second.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't included in that.
You are. I am just. Let's move on. Yes, I understand generally what Cerberus marks are, that they are typically relegated to specific beings that are usually related to houses, and if they are not, then when they are found out, the houses seek to recruit them. If they are marks that do not do something that one of the dragon marked houses already know, then they're typically branded as aberrant marks. Are these Kyber marks the same as aberrant marks? I know that Cerberus marks are the strongest version of a dragon.
Essentially, yes. Kyber, aberrant dragon mark is what you get normally, and then the Kyber mark is basically an evolved version of the aberrant mark. And
But its user will have less control over it.
you know about them?
Of course I do. Why wouldn't I?
Sal just kind of like looks like the like to the other party members, like someone else know. She's useful.
How do you know about this?
I just told you. I told you my job and my hobby.
How do you even get this information from what you do? Because I've been looking everywhere and I haven't found anything. This thing has been hardly investigated.
Oh, it's hardly investigated. There's plenty of information on it. You just have to know where to look.
Okay, well, what more do you know? You might know more than me in that case.
What more do you want to know?
I'll look to the others
Just
to see if they got questions first.
Before we involve you too heavily in this, and before you get too enraptured with the
I was just
intrigue and
chased
the-
by marauders who
I understand,
burned down
and
my precious collection. I'm already involved in this.
I understand, but you could be a lot further involved, and it could be a lot worse than just having a collection. I just want you to understand that.
Worse than dying through betrayal? Hardly.
Well, you're alive, aren't you? You did not die this time.
Nearly did. But thankfully I knew the structural weak points and the best possible place to be during the collapse of the burning building.
You didn't know the P.
It was a P.
The P and the T.
Force good.
Let's not get into that discussion again.
I know my P.
Sa's just like the face that she can't see because she's not facing Sa's face.
Holly's rubbing the bridge of her snout. Forgive me if I have a problem with the fact that it seems that we are co-opting and dragging people into things.
This is the
That's-
way of the Skyfire.
I do not want the way of the Skyfire to be consistently endanger people around us.
Well, you've got a long way to go. I mean,
Collie
quite
just sort of
honestly, every
looks
time
down.
I've read about you in the Korenberg, there's always some sort of adventure. And I'm quite
At least
done
in-
with the library here, so I recruit myself.
We should have you talk to Akasha.
Oh god. So, are you essentially putting yourself in our profession, I guess? Like
Here I
joining our
am,
local-
and you have need of me.
I guess. If that-
She's not wrong.
As Celica and Sauce say that, Collie just like sort of like looks at them with the absolute like, the fuck?
Like, at this point,
Just-
she's gonna come with us whether we want her to or not. And she's at this point, I don't know what else to do with her unless you want to.
What do you mean she's going to come with us if we want her to or not? You don't think that between all of us we could easily just leave her here?
In
You're
what?
literally dragging people into the line of fire at this point.
What would you leave me here with?
Lady Selena. Lady Celine, the rest of the estate.
No. Where is your vessel?
Oh, last time we heard it was somewhere else.
Rhiannon will
Here.
simply send a sending to Torin. He will bring it back.
Okay.
Sa's like staying out of this
So-
conversation. She's like this kid.
So now I know what you'll be traveling in.
Yes, and it's small enough that you would not be able to stow away.
I wouldn't need to stow away. I'll come find you.
Now you just
I mean,
creep me
technically,
out.
she's not taking up any space on my back here, so.
I'm part of this now. What was your question?
I have
She's like creepy
distinct,
Asha.
I have distinct more qualms about this.
I'm consenting. I'm an adult.
Kali swaps to telepathy,
Saw's just like her face is like.
and Kali does not include Selena in the telepathy.
She comes in anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, if that's the case, Kali's just flying out of here. Peace
That's
out.
the case,
Done.
Kali nopes out.
Yeah. That would be a. We're done. I'm gonna head out.
There's a hole in the roof for you to do.
Yeah. Kali would fly out and be like, "All right, I'm going to talk to Rhiannon because Rhiannon at least will understand why this is a terrible idea."
So, as you start your telepathy, she goes,
"You son of a bitch."
She goes, when you do your telepathy, you have a tell. Did you know that?
Considering you've never seen me do it, that means that you are more than you appear.
I have seen
Kali
you do
holds
it.
a hand out. She hasn't. Kali has not done telepathy around this person.
That you know of.
There's no way.
Ollie holds
have
her
only
hand
been here
out,
a
Saw's
very
just like,
short
no,
time.
don't point that thing at
You-
me.
There's no way, because only in a
You-
very short time have we been here. The second
Hang on,
Kali got
hang on,
here, she
hang
got
on.
memory wiped and almost
Exactly.
eaten by Hydra.
You think back when she says that I have seen you, and you did indeed use telepathy when you were with Barrick.
But she wouldn't have seen us because the thing
Unless-
memory wipes people.
Unless she happened to be
He's
out
the
and about at
false
that
Hydra.
point in time. Or she was stalking the Skyfire trio.
I'm
Or you
rolling
won't
an
be
insight.
wrong.
Kali does not trust this.
We're gonna find
Not
out
in
that
the least.
she's actually the false Hydra's real head.
Kali is
Go ahead,
like,
go
this is some BS. Okay. That is a 15 plus 4 for a 19 insight.
She does know your tell, for one, and it is that your little floaties float just a little bit differently, tiniest bit, and she's being truthful. She has seen you do this. She will come clean, though, when she sees you squinting your infamous Kali squint. And she says, I have been following the Skyfire trio since their last ordeal here. I may have taken an unhealthy interest in you all, and I may have been watching you a little, when you arrived, and dealt with the Hydra.
Telepathically, she says, "Do you see why this is a terrible fucking idea? Do you see what you have dragged in here with us all? This bitch is crazy." I'm gonna roll a deception check because Kali's trying to keep
Yeah,
complete
Saw's just
straight
like
face.
Saw's like the wide eye, like she could hear you.
She
and-
definitely cannot hear the telepathy.
No.
If she does, if there's any
Yeah.
reaction to the telepathy, I would say that Kali would honestly probably blast her.
Yeah.
Just being like, "You're a fucking liar." After
If
what we
Kali-
just dealt with Summer?
Yeah, if Kali raised her hand towards Saw, she would have just been like, "Hey, I got lower that thing. Don't point that at me."
So that was a 27 deception.
Definitely successful.
Okay.
Her big thing is like she knew what Celica looked like, and she had a guess at Kali, but she had no idea about Saw because Saw's not been really described or anything in any of the Korenberg articles.
Saw's
She
just
doesn't
gonna
know about
like,
Akasha yet. She mostly just knows about Rhiannon and Celica because those were the the ones that were here last time.
Do the two of you think it's okay to just use her and then discard her? Because honestly, it's kind of fucked up. And I definitely don't think it's okay to have her just tag along with us. You literally just died.
I mean,
I already feel bad enough about having you join us, and then Akasha, and then all of us almost died. I almost died 4 times.
today!
Hours
It
ago.
was like 2 hours.
Sal's just like,
Not
yeah,
even.
but I came back.
We'll probably have to talk about your
Yes,
death
and
later.
we still need to talk about that.
Yeah.
That was one of the other things I wanted to ask you about. Regardless, do you really want to have something to do with this woman?
I mean, she might be smarter than all of us, honestly.
Yes, but does that make it okay to do either of what I mentioned? Use her and leave her, or to drag her into the heart of danger with us?
I mean, what about that bard dude?
You've got
He
finger
hangs
webbies.
out with us and
Look at my
she
fucking eyes.
she just kind of like looks at her hand and be like, "Oh, right here, play with them," and she's just like holding her hand over her shoulder.
Look at my fucking eyes. I've got this fucking kyber shit in me again.
Oh yeah, I don't want any of that again. She should stay over there in that corner.
It doesn't work that way.
How do you know?
Because that's not how it worked.
Shit,
Does-
Sal's just gonna look up to
Selena. Does
the
Selena
side and just be like, "Yeah, Selena, the eye thing."
Vocally, Kali
That's
just
what I-
says, "Oh, for the fuck's sake."
Listen, she might know. She might help us.
So you just say the eye thing?
Yeah, the eye thing.
What eye thing?
See the blue? They
Kali's
have the
rubbing her
blue.
snout again.
you have to walk over to him so she can actually like see.
I'm gonna walk over to Kali and then do a full like Japanese bow so Selena can
Yeah.
see her face.
Oh, that is disturbing.
Kali just has like the flattest look on her face. She's just like, she is not pleased with this situation.
Though it does
This is
remind
a
me of what's going
discontent
on
dragon.
in Tervala Stas.
Yeah, that's where they caught it, and then they gave it to me, and then I died, and now I
We
don't have
didn't
it.
catch it in Tervala Stas.
I don't know. You guys talk about so much stuff. I only catch half of it.
You were literally there when you caught it yourself. This was when the Argont exploded.
All right, we were. Yeah, I thought I was gonna die then too.
It was because of all the kyber crystal dust.
So you inhaled that?
Apparently, I was unconscious for most of whatever I did in whatever form.
Interesting. In Tervala Stas, they're consuming Eberron shards.
Yeah, we met
Excuse
some
me?
donkeys there. Wait,
Excuse me? What?
Yes. The water supply?
yeah.
Right. Okay. I
Oh
thought you
right,
meant
Sai doesn't know about that.
I thought you meant literally actually eating giant ones, not drinking. them
munching the
like before.
crystals?
Yeah.
I might be the smartest one here.
Oh God! Don't let Rhiannon hear you.
I had to completely mute myself for a minute there because as soon as you said they're eating the crystals, the only thing I could think was this, and I was just dead. I was just instantly dead. After gorging myself on the remains of the crystal.
I just thought of the dark crystal with the.
Okay. Well, we already knew about that. I thought you were. Yeah. Okay.
Well, we didn't know that they were doing it with the kyber shards this time. What
No, she
we
said
knew was that
Eberron.
they had been mixing ever. Oh, she did.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eberron.
Yes, we had learned about the strange experiments they were running with powdered Eberron and how it somehow forced druids to be stuck as donkeys,
She giggles
among
at that.
other things. They got better.
Saw giggles.
You weren't even there.
Can you stand up already?
Oh. Yeah, she'll stand up straight.
It's weird. I don't like looking down at you. Bizarre.
Yeah, I'm not used to looking up at anybody.
All right.
Okay, I admit that you seem to have information and knowledge that we are lacking and could be very useful. However, we're going to have to talk to Rhiannon about this. Okay, I refuse to have this decision made by being overruled by these two.
All I can think of is like,
Hey, DK.
oh gosh, what is that? Like Lumi's Greek mother. Just like, I refuse to have another party member join this group.
We need to go and find them anyways. I am sure that
All right.
there are other things going on. Let's go.
We haven't even discussed why we even came in here for.
Yeah.
Yes,
it got
I know
derailed.
because this, and she just gestures at Selena, because this is now its own situation.
That's not very nice to say about Saw.
Always just kind of been a situation.
Selena, how old are you?
I am 134.
Out of character, what's that mean in elf years?
Just past adulthood. Like she's just entered adulthood, roughly.
22.
Yeah, roughly.
Perfect.
Okay, so she's older than me. Well, she would be older than me anyway. but-
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
She
Wait, hold up. How old is Celica?
21.
Somehow I thought Celica was older than that.
All right.
Nah, she's the youngest in the group.
I think
Let's-
Sa is
Let's take a
no,
quick,
she's 53.
a quick break, and we'll come back, and it'll be a little bit later. Not a whole lot later, just a little bit, a few minutes later.
Okay. It's
Alright.
it's just imagine us like we're just listening to Callie Mom
Just
scolding us.
scolding you on the way to Rhiannon.
Yeah.
All right. We'll be right back.
It's like putting a lollipop in the shopping cart whenever your mom was refusing to get it.
we're back. So, Celica has something to say.
All right. So she'd been listening in, obviously, because she was part of the mental back and forth between Carly and Tsar, and just all the arguments and everything. So once everything settled down, she'll how to properly word this. I'm trying to think of how to properly go about saying it. Screw it. Go balls to the wall. Just go in. Carly, I just want you to know that I'm not for this. I would prefer it if she didn't come, because we do seem to get into a lot of trouble, and I'd rather she not be in the middle of that. However, and then she'll turn to Celine. Is she still on Tsar's back?
Yes. Broken ankle.
Is it possible to tell she actually has got a broken ankle?
If you want to medicine check her, sure.
I use
Sure.
ghostly gaze to stare at her bones.
You see through her bones.
Oh boy, a +7 or +0 for medicine. I wish I had a +7. I read that's 21. It's 12.
You have seen her wince whenever like Saw moves quickly or something like that on her around her right ankle.
Okay.
But without like better inspection, you couldn't say for sure.
All right.
Maybe
I
she's
guess-
just a good actress.
I mean, I don't know if I can do an insight check after making that medicine check. So she'd probably take her at a word. Because she's on Tsar, she like higher up than Celica's height is.
Oh, of course.
Okay. So she would look up at her.
Mhm.
And she'll look her in the eyes, like dead straight, and gets very serious.
Big
It's
green eyes staring back through those bottle caps of glasses that she has.
Are you sure that you would want to come with us? Because I have to say that if you do come with us and we decide in the end that you do come, you have to know that we're pretty much constantly in danger. And at any point, you may die, and we might not be able to do anything about that. And I want you to be sure that you want to come with us before you just decide you want to come with us because you fancy Saw.
Oh.
And I don't know if
First,
you do like.
I did not say I fancy Saw. Secondly, sweetheart, we can die any day for any reason. Thirdly, do not assume that I would be in danger constantly. I'm sure that I would like to go with. I was born here in Vailnar. I do know my way around a blade. I no longer have an occupation here, as it has gone up in flames, so yes, I am quite certain. If you would have me, I will gladly lend my aid where I can.
Can I do an insight? Pretty much to see if there's juice for words and if I can actually take her at her word what she's saying. Like she truly
Yeah,
thinks that
she's not
really-
lying. There's no need for insight.
Okay. So she'll just look at her for a silent few seconds. Okay, I do agree with Carly that we should bring this up with Syria and Akasha present, because this is introducing another person with us. If we can save our discussion here for later, then we can go find them now. Is that okay with everyone?
I was just like, Shoulder
Let's discuss it with Rihanna.
Okay. It's at that point where it just looks like you could just see how tired Salika is now at this point. All right, let's go then.
All right. So the sun, of course, has been going down this whole time, so I'm going to make it just a bit later in the day here. There we go. Grab these people. Let's go. Whoop, too far. I gotta zoom out.
As it gets darker, Kali uses her drift globe to just cast light on the Bieshkarad.
Alrighty. Too far, too fast. There we go.
DM'd you a thing.
They're awaiting your decision on that, Rhiannon.
All right.
That's they have all kinds of ideas, but you are in charge right now.
Yeah, she would have at least would have wanted to hear some of their ideas, good or bad.
Decius is
Back
the
whenever.
one. Decius is going to be the one that's going to have the best advice.
Yeah.
And it's essentially, don't take them lightly, and don't say anything that you can't back up. It's hard to say what Barrack would have done, and Decius is no master tactician like Barrack was. He was far more deft with the blade than with, I guess, mentally battling the opponents.
Yeah. I guess in that case, she would have projected her idea onto the one or two. Because fundamentally, they can't be trusted if they're sold and bought so easily. Yeah, that was
he's not gonna say one way or the other. He just doesn't. It's hard to know in this sort of situation.
Yeah. And I guess I'll ask it later. But actually, fuck, I'll do it now. In terms of numbers, is it still more of us than them?
Combat-wise, no. Population-wise, yes.
That's an issue.
Well, I mean, they saw you turn into a giant dragon.
Yeah. But it's not something I can't do it again anytime soon.
But they don't know that.
Maybe not.
Maybe the rest of us couldn't turn the dragons and they don't. They think that.
No, I'll think on it a bit more before we get to that point.
Okay. Well, they are being essentially, while you're doing this kind of stuff, they are getting lined up along the street. So beforehand, we'll have that conversation and then move on to that. So we'll probably be meeting in the tunnel, if anything else. Whoops.
Somewhat private area.
Yeah. Whoops. A little bit more safe than the husk of a common room. It doesn't let me close it properly anymore. Oh well. All right. Everybody seems to be looking at Sa right now as token wise. You have a backpack elf?
Is that Celine on your back?
Yes, it is. She rescued me from what's left of the library.
I thought it was Selena,
Selena, yes.
And
so as not to get confused with Mama Celine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She also apparently still got a broken ankle, so we'll need to get that checked.
Well, it's warming to see you alive and well.
And you as well.
Yes, she wants to join us on our adventures.
Yes, I have decided to join you.
She's also apparently been watching us.
That's unsurprising.
She normally does this.
Wow.
She's known for having an unhealthy obsession over the strange.
And before you ask, Selena, Azir is perfectly fine and well, so you don't need to worry there.
Well, yes.
But you knew that, of course.
Well, yes, you do get word back to us often enough.
Mm,
He's still in New Sire, yes?
he is.
Oh, then yes, of course he's fine.
Oh, I don't think I have the nerve to tell him about Jurasa. At any rate, you want to join us?
Of course, I can lend my aid. They seem not to know what these Kyber marks are, and I have more than an inkling of an idea.
Sa's gonna be like hand behind our mouth over to Rhiannon. She's like, she already told us about the blades and the blue eye thingy.
Yes, in brief, though we didn't get to finish our discussion.
Well, I'm
Celica
sure.
Now,
seemed
I
to be able
was
to
sorry. I was told to investigate this already.
by Rhiannon, I assume.
Not directly, no. But by Lady Celine, yes.
And did you happen to find any sort of cure or treatment for the Kyber affliction?
God, sorry. I'm sorry, I gotta mute.
Cure or treatment, no. But this is not the only case of it. There's reports that I've gathered, well, I had gathered, from all over. But I don't feel like we can discuss that here at the moment. I believe more pressing matters are at hand, and she's looking out towards the mercenaries being lined up on the street.
Indeed. Tell me, or at least refresh my memory, what do you know of the Black Wings?
Well, let's see. They fought with Barrack 4 times and against him 5. He's never had a total victory against them, nor has anyone really. Most of them originated from Karnath, but there have been nomads and vagabonds picked up through the Talenta Plains, and of course here in Vaelnar, and when Sire was still Sire, they picked up from there too. They are known to be only of one species. And she looks over towards Celica and then back to Rhiannon, if you know what I'm getting at. Though that has never been a driving factor, it does strike me as odd. They are brutal, and the demon is far-seeing in his plans. He He's not cheap. The company itself is never cheap. But to get him to go with him on the field is terrifying.
So you do not believe that Summer would have had the resources to do this without other backing?
Not alone, no way. No, it is of my belief that Summer has had the help of those in Tervalis Stars. And
And their
thus...
treasury should be enough.
Correct.
So, regale me then. What would be the punishment for losing such a fight here and now in Valenar?
I do not know what you mean by punishment.
Well, out of character, like what would the Valenar do if, you know, they'd been
Would-
attacked and they took prisoners and had no way to look after them?
Well,
I have a question real quick. Would Sa know about Valinor fights and stuff like that? And the way that they quote unquote finish their battles?
probably.
What was that?
I said probably.
Okay.
I'm not
'Cause-
certain.
Sa would cut in and just be like, Valinor elves don't stop fighting.
Yes, but these are all humans.
Oh, they're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I, for one, approve of the fact that you did not have them summarily slaughtered.
Which is the Vailnaran way. They've lost, they die. Personally, I
Yeah.
don't care much for that, as it doesn't offer a real solution to the underlying problem, which is that we were quite cunningly infiltrated from the inside out.
Indeed, we were.
I do believe that they are more useful, at least a handful of them, alive, so we can gather information from them. But alas,
Yeah.
I'm good at deciphering and finding information, but not so good at questioning, nor do I condone it.
What do
the
I
flip's
do I
weird.
know about the group because of being a part of my own mercenary thing?
History check.
Yeah.
No
the way of
advantage.
the mercenary.
Is this the history check?
Yeah, with advantage.
Ooh, good eye.
Nice.
Oh boy, and an 18. And my history is +7.
25. So, you're familiar with them in the fact that while you've never gone up against them, you know forces that have, and you don't know of any victory against them personally. They, of course, you do know that they are not cheap, not in the least. That they are a decisive striking force, typically used in first strike scenarios, and that they seem to carefully calculate a staggering array of possibilities for their fights to have an outcome for. And their leader, the demon, he acquired this nickname over time and through surviving and rising in the ranks. The Blackwing Company has been around longer than the demon has, but it was really the demon that saw them rise in number and rise to power. And even after the signing of the treaty, they've been a force to be reckoned with, for clearing out essentially remaining forces that don't agree with the treaty, that kind of stuff, here in the eastern side of the continent. She was 5'2" shy.
All right.
sideline.
Um, do I have like any knowledge on how it's usually handled with mercenaries when they lose a fight? Do they just get booted out? Do they all just
It depends
executed?
on who wins against them.
Yeah.
So if this was going by Velnari custom, they're killed. If this is going by noble custom, it depends on the house, but most often they're ransomed.
Okay. I do agree with Selena that it probably is a better idea to get them to work for us in reverse, but as they cost a pretty penny, I don't know if we can even afford something like that. Especially after all that's happened here, we would need a lot of funds to repair everything.
What's to say the town laws can't just buy them out from under our feet again? But she is right. You're right, Selena. I'd like to very much know how they managed to pull this off.
Yes, Sam. What's that? What had Rhiannon said?
Oh, she agreed with Selena. Like, I would like to know how they pulled this off, but she's still
Okay.
making her mind up about what to do with them.
Okay. Akasha, do you have anything to add? Jax, 2 left.
She's just kind of confused about. I think she's just been trying to like figure out what. But also she's curious about. She kind of wants to talk one-on-one with this person.
Hello.
Is she still on? She's still on Staw's back?
Yes.
I feel like okay, so what could I have learned from like examining so it's not that Akasha's trying not to pay attention, you know?
Yeah.
It's just like to like important things. It's just that she's also like
Distracted.
trying to figure out like all she can from like context about this person, like her clothing, like what items she might be carrying. Can I like see what I can roll to see what she's gleaned from like observing her?
Yeah, sure. Pass, or sorry, not pass. Perception check.
Okay. Blah, 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 blah. All right, I rolled a 16 plus 9, so a 25.
All right. So, you, in studying her and her mannerisms, of course, you know that. Actually, give me a history check too.
Okay.
Get those brain muscles working.
Whoa. Okay. Oh, I rolled a 10 plus 2. Okay, it's 12.
Okay. And finally, this is going to be a few checks. Finally, an insight check.
I rolled a 10 plus 3, so 13.
Okay. So, she does seem a bit haughty, but you can't tell if that's a nobleborn thing or just an elven thing. It's hard to tell. She is kind of leaning more on her left, keeping her weight off of her right foot. She is still kind of covered in ash. You can tell that her glasses, though mended, aren't in the best of condition. Too loud, buddy. Her hair is disheveled, but still kind of clean kept. She's wearing burned and frayed robes. You can tell she definitely works, long hours in the library, though you don't know her specific job. She's quite knowledgeable, and she is very focused. You're noticing that once a question's directed at her, she's quick to try and break everything down into a easy to digest form of information.
I'm sorry. I'm just thinking about like I was just thinking about how like Akasha this whole time has been like looking at everything like when like dogs or cats or like birds like looking at something in their neck like
Yeah.
bobs in and out. Like she's been doing that like all day long about everything. About all the people, about being in that like hallway when they were like
Yeah.
she's just been like they're just doing it again, like trying to figure out about this. Does she remind me of my BFF? Like maybe a little bit.
In a way, yes. Your BFF is more of a charismatic kind of person.
And like
where
less haughty.
Yeah,
like,
and
still...
she's very like, highborn kind of ladylike and very reliant on her knowledge to carry herself through a conversation more than her personality.
Okay. Alright, I'm just wondering.
But there's definitely the resemblance, and of course being Elven is
yeah. Like how much
tie-in.
do I know about just like elf stuff,
Yeah.
Like
they tend
just
to
are sometimes
be
haughty.
They tend to be haughty regardless.
Yeah.
But it's in a different way. Like for her, it's more of a I'm smart and I know it, but I'm not going to insult you for it. I'm going to try and break it down so you understand what I'm trying to convey. And your BFF is more a I'm beautiful and you're going to love me.
Worship me.
Love me, mortals. Okay.
Yes.
Akasha is like gonna wait, how do you greet an elf? Do they like handshake or do they do something else?
It depends on the customs, but handshake's universal across Corvair.
Okay, so Akasha's gonna like try to shake her hand like from Saw's back.
Okay, she gives out the reachies.
Yeah. Jeez. Now, would she know? Well, I don't know. During this conversation, was it like revealed that she knows so much about like all the stuff that like Gus was trying to research and everything, or
they had mentioned it, yeah, that she does know more about it.
Okay, so from whatever was mentioned, Akasha's just like, yes, I would like to learn more about the circumstances surrounding everything. You seem to have more knowledge of that. Did she mention anything about like that she misses her collection, her library,
yes.
or anything?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I also I enjoy being in libraries, so I would love to peer into the library of your mind, so to speak.
And I would welcome that greatly. And she does that like very noble kind of hand out, not for you to kiss her hand, but like she reaches that out in that same manner for a dainty handshake.
Akasha's gonna like enthusiastically
and
it's the one hand on bottom, one hand on top thing.
Yeah. And you seem like you are nearing your graduation from MU.
Oh, was she about to graduate, or did she?
No. She's saying that you look like you're about to graduate from Moorgrave University.
And it was. So Akasha's not totally graduated yet, or was she about to, or?
She's basically senior year.
Okay. Yes, that is correct.
These three are stuck as students as well.
Yes, I can see that. She just she sees the badge.
Saw's just like
she's seen
free
Saw's
trips
badge.
and shit, baby.
Yeah.
I mean, we signed up for it if that's what you're talking about. Yes.
But they're probably more Zendrick Explorer kind of thing. And she does. There is the tone there that she's kind of like talking down about those folks.
In a way,
Giant
in
stuff.
a way, are not we all always students of the world?
That's quite
Collie's rubbing
adorable.
her
Yes,
snout again.
yes, we are. You must be part of the Bardic College there.
Oh yes,
Well, this is
I love
wonderful.
music.
I cannot wait to hear you play, though a more appropriate time.
Yes, yes. The timing. It, many things have happened.
If
But I will be glad to play for you and learn all that I can from your mind.
if I may, does your quarry soul stay in contact with you? Now, this should be a surprise. Nobody's mentioned anything about this.
So you know how she was like looking like a bird, so now she's kind of doing it again, like
Huh?
she's a
Shoot
little
her.
bit. She's like, "Oh, how did you see that?"
It's your accent and then the way that you carry yourself. I can tell that you're not Redrian, but you are definitely from Sarlona, and you have an air about you that I've seen only once before, and that was a different Kalashtar.
Oh, could you tell me about them?
Only
Perhaps another
what I
time.
remember in passing. I was very young. And then, yeah, Rhiannon cuts in with a perhaps another
Yeah,
time.
yes, another time. Yes.
Rhiannon,
Yes.
do you know what you are going to demand?
Yeah,
These
like,
are your
when people do,
lands.
when people like clench their jaw.
Yeah.
And she looks out towards them. Still undecided, but part of me screams to cut them all down.
If you do that, then I will be leaving your.
Under no uncertain terms, just like that.
Just like that. I will not be part of evil.
He
It is not justice to summarily murder dozens or hundreds, no matter what they have.
Thank you.
she'll sort of start laughing. She'll not laugh, but chuckle at that.
You
Is it
may
one of
feel
the silver-
differently, I am sure. But
Is it one of the Silver Flame's teachings, do unto others as they do unto you? Or expect as such?
I am thankful that I am not a follower of the flame.
Very much argue what they've done today and what they could possibly do is far worse. They did it for gold. No purpose. Nothing else. Just for gold.
If you wish to see justice done, you could take the one who accepted the contract and brought the others with him. But the rest of them, you have no idea of their circumstances, what drew them to this. Perhaps they have starving families. Perhaps they had no other choice. I
Always a
will
choice.
not be part of evil, Rhiannon.
And I'll just like lightly shake it, nod her head at that.
Akasha's
Always a
watching both
choice.
of them very intensely as they're.
And she'll like start walking out towards them.
And Kali's not gonna follow. Kali's just gonna watch. Like she's not gonna interfere. She's not stopping you from making your choice. She's just saying she has her own choice as well.
Yeah. And so by extension, all those people out there too have their own choices.
Star's only input would be an evil act is an evil act, regardless of the idea behind it.
Say something as well.
Yeah, go for it.
Sorry, my mic was muted. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, I don't know if I would, if I could say anything. I would.
They said go ahead.
Trying to pull from like what Seleka would think, because she's sort of been in the same situation, you know, working as a mercenary group and then doing a job, and getting paid for that is just like a normal thing. So I don't know how she would. I don't know how she would go across this, to be honest.
It's a way of life.
Well,
at
how
some
did
points.
how did Celica feel about it? Like when Celica took jobs, if there was the expectation of, hey, if this goes wrong, you understand we might die for it, right?
Right.
And Celica was noble born. She had the choice. And she made her choices very young. Which is something she's still paying for, of course.
Yeah. It's like, oh man. She understands where where the mercenary group is coming from and what they kind of have to go through to get jobs and all this kind of stuff. So, oh man. She would agree with Kalia that she doesn't want them just all immediately killed, but at the same time, I don't know what else you could do with that other than what we've mentioned.
Because random things of like this. Obviously, yeah, she hates them, every fiber of their being, for what they did. Secondly, they're a mercenary group. We can pay them off to help us, but there's nothing really stopping them from coming back up and being sicked against us again. And even if we do successfully take two of our stars, for example, again, there's nothing really stopping them from doing this all again to someone else or the family again and again and again, as long as there's gold to keep them going.
No, but that's true for all mercenary groups.
Yeah. But when you got someone who's called the Demon, and literally his first name is Vile, questions need to be raised.
I mean, sometimes names of character, well, sometimes titles just end up working out that way, even if they don't want them that way.
So
Well,
Vile.
It's like we're called
Baleborn.
Skyfire, and we didn't get a say in that, so we just went with it.
But his name's also Vile Baleborn. You know, imagine having Bale in your last name.
Which is
He might have been named
uncommon.
that by being a bastard.
It's not uncommon as well to have these sorts of names coming from Karnath. You know, I mean, you've got a Karnathi back in New Sire, in Fort Sire, with the name of like Hector. I forget his last name, Hector something though.
Yeah.
But it sounds even.
I'm talking out of character, like fucking hell. That's an evil sounding name. It's as evil as you can probably get.
I mean,
guess-
Karnath literally is like, oh, you died working for us as a soldier? Don't worry, your job's not done yet.
Yep.
Necromancer, get out here.
I guess what she would say then before Syria walks out would be something like, and I hope I don't say the wrong thing here. just when you gotta make your decision, just know that there has been a lot of death today, and there doesn't have to be any more. I guess that's all she says, because that's just to get that point across, that she doesn't have to kill them all, even though they've done all they've done.
Oh, I would say that like in Akasha is like she does like a little nod at hearing that, because she's just thinking this whole time like, I grew up and I saw somebody kill somebody over some bread one time, so I don't know.
It probably is kind of weird hearing Celica's like, no, don't kill this guy, when she's all been killing guys.
There's a light drizzle that's beginning to form as you're walking past the gates under the archway, and Backpack Elf reaches down and touches Rhiannon's shoulder and gives her, hang on just a sec, okay, yeah, it gives her a serious look in the eyes and just says that, remember, Lord Barrick removes emotion from the equation. Take it logically.
Just breathe in deeply and continue on.
All right. So as this drizzle is forming, the sun's peeking out under the clouds, so giving us this nice little glow. The mercenaries are all either, tied up with ropes or manacled, whatever they could spare to bind them. They are, and all of those that can be put on their knees are on their knees. Otherwise, they're in a medical wing. But Sir Valeborn is at the head of the pack. He's the one that's out in front of them on his own row, and he is calmly watching Rhiannon approach, and lets Rhiannon say whatever she wishes to say.
Oh boy. I was gonna say, is it because it's raining? Does she get extra static coming off of her?
Yeah, if she's not suppressing it, sure.
Yeah, she's no prestidigitation or anything going at the moment. It's all showing. She will look up at him, give him a stern look, and just flatly say, I had it in mind just to kill you all here and now. And she'll shake her head. What was done here? Probably not to your standards, but mine. It's unforgivable. Particularly that we stand within Vale now. Your men wouldn't even receive treatment. They would have all been killed, but you know that.
He nods.
Tell me honestly. And I don't particularly care for anything or anyone, but would you help us save Vaelnar from the Telenors?
We
Are you
could.
aware of what they're doing?
We are. I am.
Then you know what could potentially happen if they're left unchecked.
Yes.
If that happens, then there'll be no one to pay for your services. There'll be no one left anywhere.
If you believe it to be the end of all things through one city falling, certainly, but that is never the case.
No. It'll be the case for many cities. I have seen this. It'll spread and spread and spread, so there's nothing or no one left. How much did they pay you for this?
He takes in a breath and thinks for a moment, does some calculations in his head, and says, we would have been given some land. I guess land to add to what we already have. Equipment, transportation, and of course, there's the monetary. Gems, diamonds, more wealth. Enough to probably live comfortably for a year for all of my men once it was split up among the survivors. Enough to have them send for their families to live comfortably for at least a year, certainly.
But you know full well, if they're left unchecked, Talonors, there'll be nothing at all for them to enjoy. Your land will be taken. They have done this, you've seen this, with my cousin Summer. They promised him the world. It's not the second time he's attempted this.
He promised them the estate.
I'm sure they did.
Talonor gave us our orders. Summer had his own intentions, his own dealings with Talonor. Ours was simple. We, through whatever means we can, claim the estate and deliver it to Talonor. You must remember that there's always something sinister, evil. There's always something good, righteous. But death is dealt on both sides. And good and evil are just a matter of perspective, winning or losing. Land is always taken and given, riches shared, distributed, lost, found. It is no different. This is just my way of living and my way of giving to those who wish to fight and do more than just live. These men have been paid enough that their families will be fine. The ones that died, their families have enough to live for a year. So, doing this job has brought hundreds from the brink of starvation. It has done good through an act of evil, such as the way of the world.
She'll know the head. Like, she understands, obviously, the economics of all. You see, however, if we don't stop them, death will come for us all. Irrevocably. This world, as we know it, as our children, as we hope our children to know it, be gone. I don't think there's any way I can offer you or pay you more than what the Talonors have offered. But I'm sure, and you're obviously not one to deal in platitudes or promises.
Well, we will not be paid our latter half. We were not successful entirely.
No. But if I was here to pay you the latter half for helping us remove the Talonors and stopping whatever vile corruption they spread, will that satisfy it? I'm sure there'll be plenty left over if they haven't run Tia Valastas dry. Pay a bit extra. I very much would like to see a world in which my children can enjoy it as I have. Make no mistake.
That would we
Demon.
all.
That
But
truer demons come for all of us.
let me do checks. He lets you finish, and then he says, "It will take more than what we have here to take Terralistas. If you leave us 10% of the treasury, you need not take anything from your holds. It is as simple as that."
You have a deal.
Shall
reach
we?
out a hand, I guess.
Shall we get this in contract? He's bound, so he can't reach out his hand.
Oh
so-
yeah, true. I'll have something written up. You and your men may continue to rest.
Very well. Witnesses and men as far down as they could hear this conversation all say aye in rough unison.
Hmm. Oh man, it's so tempting. One lightning bolt straight down the entire line. Just levels.
Man, if you had chain
then
lightning, you could get
you-
even the ones outside of that.
He stands
There's
up.
later.
He stands up. And his manacles fall to the ground. He puts out one of his large hands to shake yours.
Guess for sure. Let me guess, some magic comes into play. Blood.
He says, "I thought that I would find you wanting, daughter of Beric. But you take after him. It was my intention to take him head on in a fair fight. But Summer was unfair.
That he was.
He died in a way that is disrespectful, and for that I do offer my sincerest apologies. And I do not accept or expect forgiveness in any fashion. I can see the pain."
You know when like people get angry and like try to suppress the mouth from him, she'll probably just quiver a little bit.
Mouth gets taut.
But
Yeah.
there are things that we must discuss where so many cannot hear. And the sooner the better.
Well, let's not waste time.
All right. He will follow your lead.
Let's see. I guess we'll go to the at least, at least somewhere that has not many holes in the roof and very few people, but somewhere safe.
All right.
Maybe
There's
the what's it called? The war room. I want to call it the war room in the main estate.
yeah, it is, that's what we
But
called
that's
it. Was the
what it
war room? Yeah. I was gonna move us under the archway for now.
Didn't the war room get burnt down in that one scene?
No, that was the master bedroom.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. That was on the furthest on the right wing. The war room is up top with some of the other bedrooms.
How big a boy is Vile?
Whoops. Vile is more wide than he is more wide built. He's about 6.5 feet tall, but very, very stocky.
He's got McDim shoulders.
Yeah. So once we get up there and the doors are closed, he says, "I expected that threats would be made, and that punishments would be given instead of offers and treaties. As such, we were more than prepared. You have been infiltrated greatly. One of you is not who you think you are.
What? I shot him.
Was it the boy in the portrait downstairs with the red hair?
No. It is...
I believe he means one of us in this room.
No. It is Kyle. He was put in position by the Talonors.
Why are you doing this?
Oh!
Ow!
Summer did not get to finish what he had wanted to say. And you could count yourself very lucky for that. He probably
sure.
has 24 hours left before he does awaken. But
Awaken into what?
he is a doppelganger.
Yes.
I do not know where the real Kyle is, but the only way to find out will be through him.
I think Rand will have like a Master Yoda moment, like at Execute Order 66, where he's like feeling in his head,
Mm-hmm.
has to sit down a bit.
Secondly, 1/4 of my forces still remains. I will give them their orders to do as they should under our agreement. As soon as the contract is signed, I will have them reveal themselves, and we will figure our strategy out together to assault Tervalistaz.
So like put a hand over the mouth, like
If there are still innocents in the city, then they are our first priority.
What do you mean by that?
When we assault the city,
Oh.
if there are those who have managed to secrete themselves away, perhaps who had stores, hidden places, then we must ensure that they are safe. We cannot simply burn the entire place down.
That's not the best way to go about anything anyways when assaulting a city. That just leads to chaos and panic. We need a controlled fire.
Well, to my knowledge, I have never assaulted a city in this fashion. So
I
will
have
leave this
assaulted
experience
many.
to those who have.
Yes.
okay. Well, I'll have
Kali,
someone draw
by
something
the
up.
way, we'll definitely look to Rhiannon and give Rhiannon a very obvious nod of respect for Rhiannon's choice.
And in the meantime, let's find this doppelganger. Last I saw, he had blue eyes. Very blue eyes.
Do not force the issue. There are 2 conditions that I am aware of for his immediate awakening. One was for Summer to finish saying whatever he was supposed to say. I don't know what the phrase was. And I wouldn't want to, because if I did say it, it might do the same. Second is my death. There could be other clauses to whatever awakens him as a sleeper agent, but I believe it will be best for you to handle things naturally, to treat him no differently than you would have already been treating Kyle, and to try and coerce information. Try to figure out what you can in the way that Lady Celine does.
You're not ahead. She's like in deep thought, taking it all in. Actually, she'll look to Sir and just ask if you would. Put Selena down, seat her in a chair, get her some paper.
Selena
She's gonna
agrees
have
to
her-
that.
Yeah, have her drop the contract.
All right. So this is her mage right abilities coming into play here. She is a master scribe.
Yes.
She needs not hold pen and paper. She simply waves her hand to draw a formidable contract. And
I was just like holding her hands out like Will Smith showing off his son.
Nah, Serena. Contract is drawn up. Basically, they get 10% of Ter Valistaz's treasury upon successful recapture of the city.
So I
Specifically
think that
for the city itself, there's not anything in there that says they must kill the Talonors or anything like that. Their job is to reclaim the city and whatever that entails. If they happen to kill them, that's fine.
5%
Specifically,
bonus.
yeah, they're trying to reclaim the city and leave that more difficult task to the special task force, which is you guys.
Oh
can I
man,
offer a few clauses that Rhiannon might want to put in there? If you don't already have some of your own idea, PC.
Go for it. Let's hear him.
The ones that I would add is that all arms and armor that were produced that have the Inleus livery for this deception are required to be turned back over to the Inleus estate.
That needs not be in the contract.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of that got stripped off of them when they were after the fight.
But he
Upon-
said a whole
when-
fourth of his forces had not
Yes.
even been found yet.
When this is signed, that will be taken care of. He's not. You can tell with your very strong passive insight that he is not trying to deceive here.
Okay.
He's
Just a businessman.
Yeah, he's very
Doing his job.
forthcoming. This job was not a complete success, thus he knows he's not going to get paid the other portion of it, and this is now onto a new job. Simple as that.
Yeah, Sa
So
can get
as soon
it.
as
She's
as
like,
soon
"Yeah."
as soon as his job is done, what he doesn't need to use, he's obviously not going to try and bring with. It's just pointless weight at that point in time.
Seneca gets it.
I just wanted to make sure because that was
Yeah.
something that I was like, you definitely don't want to leave all that stuff floating around anywhere.
No.
Yeah.
All right. So with that drawn up, and again, I don't, as a game master, I'm not looking for any angles for him to attack this at. So we can assume that you guys were smart enough to put in all the correct clauses, anyways. Between the lot of you, it's a non-issue. So with that, he signs the contract, and he takes out a small yellow stone you guys recognize as a sending stone, and he says, "Call it off. Turn yourselves in." And you guys actually hear some walking begin outside in the
I
hallway.
was about to say the guards next to us just go
Well, there's nobody
over
else
to
in
his
here.
side.
Yeah, there's nobody else in this chamber right now.
There's a guy who's like painted to look exactly like the wall he's standing in front of.
Yeah.
So walks out.
Oh, excuse me.
But in general, there is a commotion, and you know, there was a whole other fourth of his forces still in disguise.
Yeah.
1/4, jeez.
Yep. So
we had
he
that
only
many.
fought. Yeah, he only fought with 3/4 of his forces for
Wow.
taking the estate.
So there probably would have been some problems if you did try to summarily start executing people.
Yes, but he did have warning. Like I had posted earlier, I had a quote that he had ready. I had several. that were ready just in case, threats were starting to be pushed and pressed. But he did have his tracks pretty well covered. I mean, you have to have a formidable opponent to take an estate like this from one of the highest, most successful ranking military commanders in Corvair.
So, once it's all drawn up and they've left, it's just us in here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Rhiannon, did you already tend to the tunnels?
She nods ahead. See what as best as we could.
If you think that I can be of further assistance in that, please let me know.
Oh, Dad.
I have a quick question.
Yes, Akasha.
Out of characterly, would Akasha have had any kind of, or how can I check to see if she would have knowledge about like this doppelganger business?
That would be an Arcana check.
Okay.
Oh, do keep in mind, Rhiannon, that you have 2 levels of exhaustion currently.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I don't know anything about it. I rolled a 2 + 4.
Yeah, it's something that's not commonly studied anyway, so that's actually good that it kind of reflects that. You've heard of them more as a myth than anything else, behind how changelings came to be. I mean, you probably believe that they exist, obviously, definitely now, but a lot of what you had learned was more legend and story than it is actual truth. So you know that they're supposed to be able to turn into other people and somehow steal memories from them or something, but nothing more than that.
Okay.
Rhiannon, I am sorry for everything.
And we'll just look at Carly. Give us a small nod.
Have you checked on how Decius is doing?
As well as the rest of us.
I think perhaps it is worse for him. He suffered as much loss as any of you,
To put a hand up.
and on top of that, his son was responsible for so much.
Acutely aware. Acutely aware.
If you feel you are too close to the situation, I could try and check on him or someone else. Just
Yeah, if you'd like, but he's who I learned most everything from. If what I'm feeling is must be an iota to what he feels.
Colin nods.
We're all gonna meet. We're all gonna get together later. Talk about it then.
Okay. There are other things that should be discussed, but if you need time, I understand.
I'll get it out now.
I believe that I have realized a different way to work with my magic to utilize for fixing the estate and perhaps strengthening it further. So I would request that tomorrow, if we are doing work here, that you could make sure that whatever architects are on hand, and whenever the master architect arrives, that he could join me to assist me in my efforts. If there are
See
any
it done.
sorts of changes to the defenses of the estate, I think I should be able to improve them. But obviously, these changes should be up to you and your mother.
I think in all cases, architectural and structural would defer onto the architect and then
Very
onto
well.
you.
Have you been in touch with Torin in the skiff and told him what happened?
At that, she'll sort of just press her forehead, like the bridge of the nose on her thumbs, and look down at the table. The Talonors pursue him. He's gone into the mist to try to lose would-be chasers.
The
This is all
mists.
very well planned. So for the time being, no Torin.
That means that there is less chance of another thing. When Sa arrived with Selena, we were discussing how the swords were. I do not know what of the estate treasury or what your resources are, but if there is a chance to bring any back who fell during the battle, then if they were ones who were captured by the swords, we will need to free their souls first.
Yeah, she'll nod her head and look to
There-
Selena, being the bookkeeper. What did the treasury stand at last you saw?
It's not well. Certainly could not afford the components for resurrection. It's enough to get us by for a few months, but with what's gone on, it's going to be a struggle.
Let's tend to the living first before we tend to the dead. Father would do the same.
Finally, I do not wish to indulge my curiosity, but how did you become a dragon?
I'm not quite sure myself. Something has something to do with that. And she's hesitant to say scepter, but she'll say, just, it's what I retrieved.
Did you still feel like yourself? Did you feel different fundamentally?
Eyes will squint. She'll like, you know when people like think you know, and the eyes dart all over the place, but nothing in particular.
I'm especially curious because of the fact that you and I, Celica and Akasha, still have the Kyber corruption. If in that form, as a dragon, it was affecting you stronger. Did you feel... I know it's difficult because of what was going on in the moment, but did you feel as if your thoughts were tending towards more sinister and selfish things than normal? Did you have things that just, now that you've had a chance to reflect, didn't feel like yourself in any way, felt as if they were from an outside source?
Actually, just remind me quickly of the character Vex. So is Rhiannon's eyes still kyber blue? Got kyber blue in it?
Yeah. Yeah, still got the flex in it, the shimmer.
Yeah.
But emotionally, at the time, there would have
Yeah,
been no way to
angry.
really discern between external evil and internal anger.
Yeah. guess so. She'll think long and hard. She'll probably think to the moment like it exactly happened. When, you know, can't imagine what like to transform into something else. Mine will probably go blank. Felt for the smallest fleeting moment free. But then once I'd come to, it's just the rage, all the anger from summer.
If only he had turned back.
Finally.
All right. Then. If we want, we can move through the night as we don't have anything eventful coming up over the course of the night. This way, everybody can get their long rest in, unless somebody has something that they want to do before taking their long rest.
She'll
Several
probably.
things.
You go first, Guts. If you got lots of things to go through.
I mean, I prefer to get your stuff out of the way first.
You sure?
Yeah, I can wait.
Alright, well, I guess maintaining appearances, she'll find Kale.
Okay.
Yeah. Just ask for him to come with her while we long rest.
Okay. Yeah.
Just to keep an eye on him overnight, I guess.
Yeah. That he has no problem doing so. I mean, he doesn't seem different other than his eyes.
Mm.
When you talk about things, especially like things that happened in the past, he knows all of them.
And, yeah. Oh man, what are you doing this to me as well?
Do you have any sendings left?
I got one left.
So maybe while you have a little bit of a break, try
Yeah.
sending to Kyle.
Yeah. I'll give that a go.
All right. What do you say?
Are you okay? Where are you?
Darkness all around me, holding me tightly. Yeah, you get back a sense of dread and fear, and he says, whispers, pain,
Oh no.
darkness. It doesn't stop.
Oh man. That could be it could be under here, or it could be under the castle of Tiaval Stars. Or anywhere, fuck it. Anywhere that has the intrusions.
I just realized that's the real one, not the doppelganger one. Okay.
Yeah,
Yes. He I guess since he has a few more rewards, he's able to say chained up and I hope you're okay.
Oh no, don't tell me. Was he the one that we saw when we got Rex out? Oh, man.
We got Rex out. When was this?
Yeah.
Underneath
back when we-
Tervalastos.
Yeah. The Eberron, the
Oh, the shard
Eberron
expert.
bender. Yeah, the shard bender.
No.
Is there-
We
oh,
rescued
but we-
Rex, but
I
we
don't
knew
think so.
there were other prisoners, I think.
We knew there were other
Okay.
prisoners, but not the one that was there. No.
Yeah, we
Okay.
knew that there was a copy
Dang it.
of Rex.
Rex. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Huh, I wonder if
Yeah,
the copy that was Rex is the one that's actually intending to be Kale.
No, because the Rex we. Oh, true. But yeah, she'll say back, "I'm okay, coming to get you." Oh, yeah. She's
I'll
suddenly
allow for
reassuring back to
one
us.
more thing to come back, and that is don't.
Oh, fuck. Oh, and that's it. Out of sending, no more.
Well, I hate everything about that.
My boy!
Ah!
Roberto.
Fuck. Brown's gonna go out and just go, Slime Noon! Fuck, man, why are you doing this?
It is what you wanted.
But not what I expected.
I have attacked from multiple angles.
You give me the biggest cum chore of my life. And yeah, she'll go around and say goodnight to Mother Decius. In the family.
Alright. I mean, Decius is as expected, honestly. I mean, he's not doing well, but he's not breaking down. And you're since you are so personal with him, you know that really, to him, this was the ending. This was the finality of it. To him, Summer had died a while back, and all that was left was to kill the body.
So try to reassure him, I guess. It wasn't him. It wasn't him.
It hasn't been him for a long time.
We'll avenge him and put them all to rest soon enough.
Rhiannon, you know there is no such thing as vengeance. You know better than that. All we can do is move on. And that perhaps we find peace at the end.
I think that would be the one thing she'll grin at, because faint grin, because that's probably something he's been trying to teach her for a long time.
Yeah.
Always right. How do you even say goodbye to that? You just don't. You just sort of float off.
He'll help you out by saying good night.
It's generally one of those things you just hug them and
Yeah.
eventually part.
Yeah. Biggest hug of their lives, probably. Like they've never hugged before.
Mm-hmm. You do get the sense, though, that even though you went there to try and offer comfort to him, it's him comforting you in the end anyways.
Yeah. I guess to shorten, he's pretty much the Plato to Alexander.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's sort of the relationship they have.
All right. With that, Celica, we can go to you.
Oh man. All right. Which is the quickest first? I guess the first one will be quicker. So, I want to see if I can grab Star and talk to her for a moment.
You mean
Either on her
Sa
own or-
and Selena?
Is she gonna be there?
Selena hasn't gone anywhere.
Package.
I mean, if it's easier, I can do it in just the war room with everyone else still there.
Don't look at the neck wart. He doesn't like when you look at his cousin.
All right. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say that while still here at the estate, yes, Selena's with Sa, but, you know, if you catch at a different time, she's probably been able to finally get Selena to lay down and rest. But if you guys haven't left the estate yet, then no, they're both together still.
Okay. I don't care if everyone else is here. This is a Seneca and Sa moment. Oh, she'll go talk to Sa and is like, how bad does she look?
You've been fine the whole time.
I mean, I meant as in, how bad does she look? Not in not asking in character. Does she look like she's almost dead or what?
Oh, like
I guess-
Kasa? Wait, who are you
Yes,
talking
to
about?
Sa.
I'm asking out of character how bad
Okay,
does Sa
okay.
look?
Well, Sa used up all of her spell slots to heal other people. And out of a 6, I think her past hit points were 64. About a 2.
All right. Okay. So she comes over. Oh god. She looks at you.
Now
says-
look at him.
She says, "Now that we have a moment to ourselves," and then she punches her.
Ah!
Where
That
do you
might
want me to?
actually knock me out.
Yeah, not to actually,
It's non-lethal. I'll get you.
yeah, non-lethal. I'm not going out to fucking kill her.
Well, you can
you still knock her
choose to
out.
do minimal, but
Yeah.
it's still 1 plus your strength bonus.
Yeah.
She'll be at least the one.
No, with Celica, that's got to be like a 3 or a 4.
Well, my damage on base is just 4 for punching.
Yeah, you would knock her out if you punch her. So, but at first you have to roll against AC, since if you're actually trying to punch her.
This is true.
I don't want to kill her, but
You won't kill me.
So
Or knock
are,
you
no, no,
out.
Are you gonna punch her? That's the question. Knowing so or not, are you still going for punch? And where are you punching?
I think it would be hilarious.
well, it would be a punch to the face.
Okay.
You'd have to jump.
Come on, little man.
All right. Roll
So
to roll to hit.
Oh man, I really hope I don't knock you out.
I mean, if you do, I just get an extra hour on my long rest.
Okay. I accidentally knocked the dice. So that was a 15, but I knocked it and it went to a 1. So you
All
can
right.
take either.
A 15 wouldn't hit me.
Well, it would definitely be the one. So Saw dodges and you punch Selena in the face.
Oh.
That's a 15 plus 7. She has a higher AC than 15 plus 7.
You said a 1.
I said it was a 15, but I knocked it and it rolled to a 1.
So it's a 1.
Hey.
No, I'm just kidding. I was just kidding anyways.
I was about to say a 15 plus 7.
That's a 22.
Yeah, that would hit me.
But
I took a
but-
second there.
But so you punch, and reflexively, Selena shields. Selena is
Oh,
currently a
the-
piece
the
of
op-
equipment.
she's what?
She's currently a piece of equipment attached to Saw,
Oh,
so she shields reflexively, and you punch the shield.
Sure, that works. Man, you made me look like a child. I'm imagining this
What's
little
Sa's
child.
face?
I'm just imagining this child on her back going, no.
Yeah. So
It's
you
more
know
of
what she
like a
reminds me
meep,
of?
and shield goes up.
Yeah, you know what it reminds me of is that little clip of the woman, and it's like, how do you know the baby's still alive with the backpack on? And she just holds a Cheerio in front of her shoulder, and you just see a little hand reach out and grab the Cheerio.
Yeah.
I have to try and regain what I was going to say now. I can punch you and walk away. Okay, I think I got it. So
Saw is in a shook moment.
I am shocked. All right. God, you keep coming in and you make me lose what I'm doing.
I'm sorry.
Oh God, what did I have? All right. So what were you planning on doing back in the tunnel?
What do you mean? We're in the tunnel.
Yeah, guy puts
And
a gun at the back of your head, and you just go, "Oh, screw it, I'll just stab this guy anyway," and then get shot in the
Oh
head.
yeah. Well, that's because I live my life how I want to do it, and not how someone tells me how.
Uh-huh. Considering that got you killed, it doesn't seem like it was a very good way of going.
Eh. I didn't remember anything.
Jump cut to Kali traumatized.
You can't just, you know.
Look, Celica. Everything you do, you die or you don't. Everything.
Yes.
You could
But
fall, you could trip, and you could die.
You could have an aneurysm when you poop.
Yeah.
Oh,
Look, I get it. We can die at any point in time. Yes, I know. I understand that. Trust me, I do. But you just charged in, and without any thinking, just continue charging in when you could have, trusted in the rest of the group that we would do something or sort something out or, help you get out of that while also dealing that, like taking out whoever was attacking you. I get it. You wanted to do your own thing. You didn't want to listen to that, what he was ordering. But you could have done it in a way where it didn't end in your death at point blank range.
Knuckles
I don't know.
catch Saw on the forehead, just like a soft little knuckle tap, and Selena says, "She's trying to say she cares about you, you dummy."
So I was just, yeah, I get it, but look, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh shit.
Just give her a
Man, I
hug and
had
move on.
I had something. Hang on, I forgot about it.
Fish brain moment.
It was something nice too. I don't know. Oh well.
Aw.
Oh, I remember. It wasn't something nice. It was more of a.
I don't want to hear it then.
She would just be like, honestly, I thought I could have dodged it.
Look.
Wait,
was
gun to my head. I thought I could have dodged it.
A small smooth brain would have dodged out of the way.
You'd be surprised how much you miss.
I get it's so difficult to deal with.
Look,
I get it.
I'm.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, she'd be like, "I'm sorry, I died."
Just next time, just don't go full in and just disregard everything. It's kind of ironic out of character that I'm saying that when Seneca's done the same thing. But I don't want to lose track of what I was saying. Just try not to do that in the future. Like she's struggling to say what she wants to say because it's personal. Her reasons for doing it this way, but she just kind of she throws up her hands in the air and it's just like I just found out I had another brother that apparently was killed, and it felt like I lost him the second time. I didn't want to lose another person that was almost as important, and I don't do that again. She's like she actually like grabs you by the arms, and I don't know how to properly explain it, but it's like you've seen Seneca cry before, obviously everyone has, but it's always been a case of stone face, like crying but not actual emotion showing. I think in this instance it's the first time that she's actually expressing, what would be the right word? Despair, sadness, like worry. I don't know what the right word would be.
Her deepest sadness and concerns.
The
Yeah,
ultimate despair.
yeah. She's like,
We just got finished watching Dunk on Raw playthroughs. It's funny.
Sure. Just don't do that again. And then I guess she'll hug you. Just
Yeah. Sal will just be like open to the hug, and she just like pat her head.
And you know, there's the third arm that reaches and pats her back.
Yeah.
Can I jam my blade through saw into her? I'm trying to have a moment here. I'm sorry I punched you.
Well, technically, you didn't land it.
Just because of your backpack.
Yeah, she's still patting you on the head.
So, I'm sorry, I'm not usually... It's probably kind of apparent that everything that's just happened today is just kind of finally hitting her.
Sal's just like, here, honey, have a berry. Just go. It'll help you feel
I
better.
don't understand. I would try and have a serious moment, and then it's just all... Have a berry.
But
Eat it.
Star just sticks her fingers in your mouth with the berry.
Yeah.
With the berry.
I'd imagine hugging Saw is like a very it's like flipping over the cool side of the pillow. Because of the nice... No, it's good. It's nice and cool and chill.
And wet.
Is your pillow wet, Guts?
You are.
Whoa.
I'm not wet. I'm chilled and cold. I'm like a dry fish. I just leak sometimes.
Stop it.
PC.
I guess after a few minutes she would like break out of it and just be like, well, I've got to go talk to other people as well. I'm just sort of all over the place right now. I'm just glad you're back. Okay.
I'm trying to think of a nice response from Saw.
Is it that hard?
Me too.
Yeah.
So I wish the souls in the soul could talk. You'd for you guys go, yeah, it's the big woman. I'm with her forever.
Kali at one point tried to have an emotional conversation with Saw, and it did not. It was very one-sided.
Yeah, there's a reason why Saw's kind of like that. So. I could just see Saw like do like the standing Celica straight up, just like picking her up and propping her up.
Lifting me off the floor, are you?
I guess so. I don't know. Yeah, she. I mean, I think the most comforting thing she should probably say was like, I will try not to die again. I will try not to be so injured that I am unuseful. I know that's not what you mean. She's like holding her hands up.
Suppose that's the best I can ask for.
Well, the best you could ask for is that maybe you can get them both to be your girlfriend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want that.
The small elf we already know is stalkery and obsessive. Maybe she's possessive too.
Shoot for the sky, at least you'll end up among the stars.
No, I would not. Do not want to see the stalker get angry if anything happens to the soul.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go find Carly and all that now. So I'll yeah.
All right.
Bye, Selena.
Good night.
I was about to say, like, after Celica leaves, Saz just like collapses. Like, I'm not standing back up now. Good night.
So you just crushed Selena.
Yep, she's dead.
She is dead.
No, she wants to be crushed by Saw.
Whoa.
I have a pressure. I have a pressure.
You can't just
See, I
say
have a
it like
pressure from the
that.
cousin.
But if you just
She-
pass out in that position, she's gonna have positionless.
She will turn around to the bed and pass out face first.
And then she will assist you with your long rest.
Saw is literally like she's just there. She's immediately sleeping. Her knees are on the ground, and the top part is on the bed. She's not
Now when you-
moving.
And when you say assist with the long rest,
She is using some spell slots to
and when you say using some spell slot,
yes. She will be healing.
The next morning, she's gonna know all of her physiology and biology of Saw.
yes, healing.
All right, Celica, what's next? You said something about Kali. Let's go.
Oh god. Does not anyone else want to do anything before it goes back to me?
Nope.
Oh god, I'm the one holding everyone up then.
No, Kali needs to talk to Akasha briefly, but you go.
Okay, well, I guess Celica will go grab Akali and Akasha.
Wait, you're grabbing both of us at the same time?
Yeah.
You're just going for broke.
I had this thought out. I don't have it written down. I just know I want to talk to these two people for some reason.
Wow.
And it can't wait until the morning.
I mean, it
He
could.
called you
I know I need to
people.
talk to these two people for some reason about something right now.
I mean, it can wait.
What
if we really
about?
need to.
What about? I don't know. I didn't write it down.
I mean, I know what it's about, but we could do it.
Well, then get to it.
Like you said, if you got more time, we could do it later.
No, we're here. Do it.
Okay, fine.
This is an RP session. RP.
So I guess we've got designated rooms given to us or something, somewhere we can go.
I have empty ones now.
Are there enough empty ones with all the damage? Like that actually is a good question.
Sorry, I had to step
Yeah.
away.
Okay.
Yeah, no, there used to be.
yeah,
there's
are there
not
enough
really
rooms now?
with the mercenaries are all gonna be sleeping outside at least, but there's still a large population here within the estate. The inn's mostly just being used as floor space for resting. You've got triage set up, people still being healed, tended to. There's no assigned places for rest.
I think if I had one more level, it would be perfect, but I don't. Yep,
Not
one
till
more
you
level.
wake up.
Alright. I guess I'll just
And
take,
one more level, everyone can go with me.
I guess we'll just take a place where we can talk then, rather than wherever we were sleeping, because that would be too open. All right. I'm sorry to grab you two, but it was just something I wanted to discuss. If you got nothing else going on.
Other than eventually getting to sleep and bringing Zia back, no. I have time.
Kasha?
Akasha is like eating what appears to be some kind of raisins from her pocket.
Pocket raisins.
Okay.
I mean, looks like maybe some of them have some lint on them. She's just like,
Okay. I guess she's fine. Well, first off, glad the rest of you two are doing all right, and you're not as worse off as Sa ended up going. Could have said that better. But how are you two doing on healing stuff? Like, do you have any healing abilities still going on, or you're all out?
Healing is not one of the things that I am capable of, unfortunately. However, I have had a chance to have a rest and bandage what wounds I could. Kali looks battered and bruised, but she looks okay. She doesn't look like she's on the verge of passing out like Saw did.
That's good.
Akasha still can heal if needed.
All right. I'll get to why I'm asking that later.
That seems like a very pertinent question. Perhaps that should be your lead off.
Okay. Well, first off, do I still have the blur in my eyes? And she'll like look up at you because you're taller than her, so yeah, she'll look up.
Yeah.
So you can see it.
I assume that yes, Celica does, correct? She has the Kyberflex.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, you do still have it, just as I believe all of us, save for Saw, do.
All right. Now, this is probably an extreme thing to ask, and obviously, if it's a stupid idea, then we don't have to do it. But maybe it would be a good idea to get rid of it through in me, just in case, by killing me.
Kali just like stares, looks back over to Akasha, back to Celica.
Akasha chokes on a raisin.
Have you taken leave of your senses? This is certainly not something we should. Are you having some sort of effect due to your corruption? Is something
No.
happening to you
No,
that is prompting this?
It is purely because we still don't know what it does other than it corrupts people. If it gives a way in for that son of a bitch, I'd rather it just be closed off.
I do have to mechanically remind you that each time you come back, it's harder.
Also, Kali's going to in-characterly remind you. This is absolutely not something that should be attempted unless we have somebody on hand who can not simply heal, but who could actually bring back those who have died. And we would need the components for such a spell on hand and ready. We already learned earlier that we do not have these components.
That's why I'm bringing it up with you two, because I know that my sword can bring me back by using up a soul in it.
You've been told this. You have
And
no idea what effect it would have on you if it did that.
It did do that. Remember when Sidraxa killed me?
I remember you mentioning that, but I'm trying to remember my timeline of when Kali had to be prenobulated.
I think it was just after that.
Yeah, so I don't think Kali would have much memory of that if she had almost any.
That was give or take like a day or something that happened.
Like it was
couple
a,
days. What?
but that would have been a harrowing experience as well. The
From what I remember.
prenobulation, and then Rhiannon fixing it by channeling Giga Thunder.
Yeah.
Akasha's like crying a little bit, like because she's still choking.
Are you going to be okay?
Pat her on the back.
Celica, this is just. There are so many things that could go wrong with this. It is not anything that you should even consider unless there is no other option. And even then, you should endeavor to make sure that we have on hand the things we would need in the worst circumstance.
I mean, I'm for it because then Kali would probably take me if she was the one that did it. And I think, logically speaking, that would be best.
So Kali still can't hear the sword.
No.
Okay. Because I was gonna say Kali would be like, "No, I don't want you. I don't need you."
It's just I don't. If we have a sword that can bring me back to life, and it's not going to do
Perhaps.
that.
It's done it once. That doesn't mean it can always do it. I don't. What if it's only in certain ways? What if it is only in certain circumstances? Have you even asked the sword this?
So, because my chat's not functioning properly, well, maybe it might be. It might be. Here we go. Sorry.
Oh,
There we go. Sorry. So what was just said? I missed it.
Kali was basically like, have you even asked the sword if there are certain circumstances it doesn't work in, or it does, or that there's special things that must happen? If you're dead, how am I supposed to activate the sword? Does it just do it on its own? Do we have any idea?
I mean, technically, there's no guarantees, or else I would still meet with my original owner.
there's no
Kali
guarantees.
obviously can't hear this.
Like Celica says this out loud. There's no guarantees.
I just
Of
hear
course
that in
there are
the
not.
like, there's a beep tone.
I mean, that's what my sword said. There's no guarantee that it
Alright.
will work.
Yeah.
See?
Well, if I'd
If-
known that before,
I understand your concern. Probably I am the one who dwells on this the most. Because we have absolutely no idea what this could possibly be doing to any of the rest of you.
Yeah, I think
Other
something.
than the fact.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
the sword does speak up and say, "Yeah, Celica, I think something's wrong with your thinking, meat."
The only thing that we learned the first time is that it allowed the speaker to try and influence you. I was able to resist. You tried. Which means that it's not like it gives control. It is just an opening. That's being said, in dragons, this sort of thing inevitably leads to horrible things. Essentially, changing who they are as a person.
As we
It
saw
turns
with,
them into
with Ethrix.
yeah.
It turns them into greedy, paranoid, selfish, evil things. This is one reason that I said what I said earlier to Rhiannon. I had been thinking, and I was going to bring this up with you, Kasha, to thank you. I don't know how you knew what I needed in that moment when we were fighting Summer, but you reminded me of who I truly am and who I want to be. Even if in that moment it was not you that I saw, but Ka. And she looks back to Celica and then back to Akasha. We cannot fight these forces by stooping to their levels, by fighting with their methods. Sometimes we have to resist evil. Sometimes it will be violent. But we have to be willing to be the better person, even if it risks things. I feel like if you had not reminded me of this, Kasha, I think that I would be not only a worse person for it, but it is my guess that the kyber corruption in me would have become worse as well. It is something I wish to ask of Selena, but she is. I understand, and I will bring this up with the others as well, but I will not take part in things that I deem evil, and if those in our group decide to do so, I will no longer be part of this group. I don't know why my memory was taken. I don't know how, and I don't even know if I did it or if others did. But I know how the dragons think of others. I know how they think of the folks of Corvair, and by and large, with few exceptions, it is that you are all pawns, and you are not even worth considering as living beings, except as far as you can be made to do their bidding and be of advantage to them. I don't know if that's the reason that I am as I am now, but I think that even if it's not, that it is the most important lesson I could have possibly learned. To see people as people. And that goes for each of you as much as it goes for those mercenaries that Rhiannon managed to make a deal with and to spare. And even for Summer, which was why I tried to get him to turn back. I will fight alongside you. I will do my best to keep us all safe, and I will not hesitate to protect, to defend, and even to attack when needed. But this is what I have come to decide, and I hope you can understand.
Akasha has just been listening and like watching very, intently, acutely. And she's at this point, I think she feels comfortable revealing. She's going to say, before I joined you, I was given, how you say it, a mission by a mentor of mine to keep an eye on everyone here and make sure that nobody falls the razor edge to that darker side. Perhaps that is why I have been more anxious about not knowing what to do or how to help in all of the situations that have happened. And I know that you are worried that it is too much for me to bear, but it is not. I have always adapted to every situation. And I'm so glad that Ka and I have been there for you.
And do you mention anything about your mentor or about the candle flames?
Oh yeah, off the top of my head, I can't remember exactly what she said. That they're all her sparks.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
I know I wrote it all down. I'm gonna find that file.
Pulling up a search for it right now too. Oh no, it's not
Is
there.
he okay?
Yeah, he's okay. He's just on the couch.
Is he sleeping there tonight?
No. That's just where he's hanging out right now.
It's
Yeah, I think it was something that I had said and not written.
okay.
But yes, that is the gist of it, is to not let their sparks fade out or essentially go dark. And that should resonate with both of you, I believe both of you.
Definitely with Kali.
Okay. Does it with Celica? Do you know what she's referring to?
I might be misunderstanding it. So it's about candle lights or like
Here it is.
sparks.
Okay.
The flame that is your life.
Hang on. Let her go ahead.
Who?
Akasha.
I'm just grabbing this. Let me. She told me to aid those within the prophecy, that you were being forced into the prophecy by two sides, and that there was a razor edge, that it may be up to me to help you land on the right side. And she referred to you as her candles, and that my light had only just begun to shine, and that these sides are clearly good and clearly evil. It was unclear who was pulling more toward evil or good, but that you, all of you, were balanced on a tightrope, ready to fall to either side. And it was up to me to follow my heart, to guide you.
Okay. So that
Hearing
I
that.
believe that it was, at least for me, that moment that you stabilized her. Despite Saw coming back, I felt hate. Vicious hate for someone. But with your touch, with Ka's touch, at just that moment, it made me realize that it was wrong. As for the sides, I believe that would be the Chamber of the Lords.
as far as this mentor she was referring to, you would have definitely recognized the candle metaphor, Celica.
Yeah, I'm thinking, like, personally, it might have been the Sphinx that we came across.
Yes, that would have been.
Yeah.
You guys know Flamewind.
Okay.
The Ganger
Do I know
Sphinx.
Flamewind?
I believe yes, because I do remember you asking her some questions, and she didn't have the exact answer. Like she knew something was going on, but she didn't have the exact
That's
answers.
right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was mixing for a moment in my head the Highline campaign and this one because
Yeah.
there was also like a desert thing that happened.
Yeah.
But this was
Oz,
the
just like any other room. There was a
Yeah.
sphinx.
You're not there. You're sleeping.
Okay. Well, back in Seneca, well, I wasn't aware that something had happened because during this she was frozen in time. But I'm glad that you were able.
No,
to
the
help.
moment that happened, you weren't frozen. That was when you had busted out because Kali was ready the second that the time thing broke. So you would have come out and you would have seen Kali like smoldering magic at the ready to just blast the hell out of Summer.
Right. I mean, I know that part, but I don't. I mean the part where Akasha actually helped Kali and all that.
All Akasha did was put her hand on Kali's shoulder.
Hmm.
That was what it took.
Right. But what was I saying? Seneca, damn it. I'm glad you were able to help Carly when she needed it. Gods, I couldn't at the time. But I don't know how you're supposed to keep me in check. I can't even keep myself in check.
By following my heart, I hope.
You see, Seneca struggle for a moment because she thinks that. Should I bring it up? Like in character, not character. I'm just thinking, should I bring that up? Yeah, fine, whatever. This was some time ago, and it is probably prevalent, but to kind of get an idea of how maybe messed up or hard it might be for my side, I don't know how best to describe it. You remember though that wanted list back in Sterilasker? If not, I think I still have the bounty thing on it.
Vaguely.
Oh no.
Well,
Oh, did I not? Did it not come through?
I heard vaguely.
Oh, okay.
Well, that was me.
All right.
You murdered people in the street?
Here it is.
I don't like that Vex is saying things. Yeah, it was okay, so this was back before you joined, obviously, when we were in Sterilasker.
You can see that Kali's trying to give you the benefit of the doubt and hoping that there's some explanation here. But you can also see that Kali looks extremely disappointed.
I know she's not looking at Carly, she's like looking around her so she can just get the story out.
Okay.
But we were in Sterilasker, and during that time, we had recently acquired my sister after the whole thing that happened in Sharn with what was her name again? Alara?
Who?
The person that Harvey killed.
Oh, the Dresco woman.
Oh yeah, that was
Was it Alara Jaraska?
I thought it would start with a J, but yes, it was the old Jurassic leader. Yes.
J. Jonah Jarasco.
Yeah. So I'll just say, like, after the whole thing with Jurasco, my sister was not happy with me at the time, and I was not in a good place at the time, I guess would be the best way to describe it. So I was just walking around town on my own when these I guess the best way to describe them is thugs came along and tried to get me to go with them almost forcefully to do whatever, God knows what. And Obviously, I rejected. I said I didn't want to, and I had to do my own thing. They were willing to fight over it. I gave them one chance, and well, one thing led to another. I ended up killing them.
One thing led to another, and you killed them.
Yeah, they took out their swords. I ended up having to defend myself, and then I just. That's just how it went. I don't know if you would need to do an insight to see if there was anything more that she might not be saying. But I don't know if I would need to do a deception or what for that.
Kali's just sort of staring, and she. I don't think she would roll insight against you right now.
Akasha is like listening to this,
Could you not
and
have?
there are
fought
so
them?
many things going on through her mind.
You are a trained fighter. Could you not have fought them in a way that would not have killed them? Did you know that you were far stronger than they were?
I don't know. I remember there were at least 3 of them. They had weapons.
At least you gave them a chance, you said.
I said, you don't want to do this. We don't have to fight. I didn't agree with that.
I am sorry. I should not judge you when I do not know what the situation was.
If I was originally going to ask you for something else, Akasha. I don't know why I say Akasha. You can see. Is it dreams and memories or just dreams?
It's both.
Yeah, I think it depends on if I'm using the Emerald Dream song.
It allows you to navigate dreams and memories because as long as they're
Yeah.
asleep, you're kind of able to guide it and steer it towards the path of your choice.
Yeah, I can explore people's memories while they're dreaming.
Yeah.
If it might be a better idea to just explore it through your ability, if you can share that with Kali at all, because at this point, Kali has, well, she has more than earned the right. She earned the right way ago to know as much as she can, and I don't want to withhold anything that I might unintentionally be holding back. So if you prefer to see how it actually happened from my memory, we can do that.
As much as I appreciate the offer, I do not think I want to relive you killing.
Right.
If you want to see how I murdered these people, you totally can.
This is literally after Kali was like, dealing with dead bodies today and feeling like they were all accusing her. That being said, I also do not think that I can tap into the abilities that Akasha has. They are wildly different than my telepathy. I am able to speak to minds. I cannot delve into them in the way that Akasha can. It is not a skill that I am capable of.
Yeah, I was only applying what happened when we did the whole memory thing last time, but that probably was a different circumstance. I'm not sure if Akasha can do that.
I believe at the time I had needles stabbed into my brain for that to work.
True.
Full of some hideous mind poison.
Yeah.
So I would like to not repeat that.
But regardless, that is that probably is one of the things that's probably going to make me the hardest thing to go over. So at least he got
I-
that.
I appreciate you telling us, but tell me, would you do it different?
Oh man, why'd you gotta ask that question? Now I've got to think about it.
Because that is the critical one. We cannot be ruthless and vicious in our opposition of evil, because we will become evil. To oppose evil truly, we must be the antithesis. Even if we wield sword and shield, we must also be ready with the open hand.
If you had asked me that barely a week ago, how long ago did it take us to get here? Was it a week or two?
Roughly a week to 2. It's somewhere in
Yeah.
between.
I'd just say a week ago then. If you had asked me a week ago, I am not sure if I would have said I wouldn't.
But now I definitely would.
They were gonna bully that old lady if I didn't kill him.
I won't lie and say that. Oh man, this is gonna suck if this goes badly. Anything I say will probably just come as an excuse. Like, oh, I still had the mark. I was in pain. I was dealing with all this stuff. Blah blah.
Well, but I
But-
think she's trying to like ask past that now.
Yeah, but she's saying this in character.
Oh, gotcha.
But after they were killed, I it felt good. And the next morning I felt better than I had. And she says this and she feels, you can tell that she does not feel good about it now. Like she just feels like it,
Like grimacing as she's saying it.
like self-disgust kind of thing.
Yeah.
After everything that's happened up till now, I would say that I would try to do something different. You know, I'm supposed to
Then
be.
I will accept that for what it is then. A step forward.
You know, when I came to grab y'all, I wasn't expecting to have this conversation.
Well, I wasn't expecting you to walk in here and ask us to kill you either.
Good point. Good point. Well, maybe this will help sort out whatever's wrong with me. Magic wise.
It's like a common street drug in Sharn.
What's a common street drug?
Or well, you know, just a really bad one that everyone's always trying to get.
Candy ass.
No. Shannon, no.
Absentia is one,
Absentia, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Would somebody kill someone over absentia?
Probably in Lower Sharn, yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
So Agasha's just been listening to all of this.
Agasha might know a lot about Absentia.
Yeah.
Apparently, it says, "Wow."
She doesn't know what to say, but she just blurts out, "One time I saw a man kill someone over absentia."
I'm sorry? Like, I'm sorry you got to see that. Oh wow, it's actually. Oh well, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a part there at the end.
Yeah.
Might make that big interest. Gosh.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow. All right then.
Gotta be careful about those quarry streaks.
All right.
Hey, just hitchhiking in this body real quick.
Well, I guess that's out in the open now. But I was going to ask Kasha, but I probably can do this another time. Now that I was going to ask about your, what do you call them? Your memory reading stuff. If at some point when we have a time to explore some of the memories that I've recalled, because I've gotten a lot of new stuff that I cannot really sort through at the moment, and if you're able to help with that, that'd be appreciated.
Only if I do not have to murder you.
I would hope not. Do you have to murder someone to read their memories?
You just asked her to murder you.
Oh,
You started this entire thing with saying, "Hey, why don't you kill me?"
yes. Good point. No, you would not have to kill me, I hope.
Okay. That is good because I would not kill you. Even
Good.
if you asked.
Okay.
Saw in the other room. I might.
I do
You know,
it.
I was actually going to say I was tempted to grab Sar and talk about it with her because she would actually do it. But okay, back to Saga. Okay, well, all right. I guess whenever we get the time, we can do that. Just let me know. Obviously,
Not the murder.
no, not the murder, the memory stuff. But yeah, I think that's everything. Like, thanks for talking about this whole thing. I'm sorry, it's all kind of just kind of dark what we were talking about, to be honest.
That is what one can expect from a conversation that starts with, "Would you like to murder me?"
I get it.
Kali's not gonna let that point go. I'm sorry, there's only so many times in your life somebody's gonna come up and be like, "Hey, I've got a problem. How about you murder me to fix it?"
They wake up, they go have breakfast the next morning, Celica's eggs are burnt. She's like, oh man, Kelly's like, would you like me to murder you now?
In the short time that like Akasha has known Celica, she's just like doesn't really know how to like approach her.
And now you've been approached with, "Hey, can you murder me?"
I know, it's
And then like
just,
use healing word or something. That'll be fine,
it
right?
just keeps like escalating. So she doesn't really know what to do. So she's just gonna like awkwardly like as she's going in to like hug Celica, like, I think you need a hug.
Whoa, what are you doing?
You need
Not
one of
murdering
these.
you.
I'm not going to hurt you, even if you. I know that's what you wanted, but I wanted to give you a hug.
Insight check.
She's trying to grapple me, I stab her. She barely knows Akasha, but she will allow it, I guess.
Do I need
Like-
to roll something?
Sure.
See, Akasha, if you were human, it'd be fine.
said-
But you're only part human.
No, you don't have to roll anything for the hug. It's just awkward. That's all.
Okay. It's
Like,
because
she
I
might
have an
be-
eldritch creature inside me, isn't it?
No, I've had things inside. No, I shouldn't say that.
Whoa!
All right, we got to wrap up here soon.
Yeah, I'm good now.
All right. So with that, we're gonna have our long rest, and you guys will be able to level up.
Oh.
But there's something important before I end the session that we have to go over. More importantly, for Rhiannon, is
Hell
that
no, what now?
sometime the next morning. Let me adjust the map here to be morning time. There we go. It is that Oh, jeez. Bless you, Jax.
He is going crazy over there.
I've got to mute the thing.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
No,
Uh-oh.
I've got to mute the Discord because it's going crazy. All right, so you had said something about investigating Summers, where he was staying.
Yeah, his quarters.
Yeah. So sometime in the early morning, before a lot of people are kind of up and about, because you had terrible rest, you got enough to restore yourself to exhaustion 1, but it just wasn't good. You find that there is dried blood kind of drips and drops and splatters in occasional spots that lead up to his chambers, his quarters. And when you open the door, you see that there is something on the small desk that's near the bed. Walking over to it, you can see written in barely legible handwriting is broken. We don't know which one is really us, nor when we lost ourselves to the many. We are you, always, silently and aloud. Our task is clear. It was given to one of us, the strongest one, the one who knew the rings. He gave us many of these treasures. We don't know which one is ours. We don't know what is real anymore. She gave us our task, Lady Talinor. She gave us some control. We live for her now. We love her now. All except for one of us. We kill him today. He is the weakest. He still has ties. He still loves the lost. He grows on us like a tumor. He must be excised. We allow him 3 words before we remove him. So we let him say, I am sorry, and blood trails from the letter onto a splatter on the ground, away from Rhiannon's name. A shard of glass that is not glass is covered in blood on the floor. And Rhiannon is able to see Summer in its reflection for just a brief moment. Summer looks younger, full of life, and when Rhiannon goes to inspect it, she catches a brief flash of Cypria, and then the shard of time fragments into dust that fades to nothing, back into time itself. And that is where we end tonight's session.
And can you send me that write up?
Yeah.
Oh, it didn't go as text. Give me a sec.
Fuck, man. Oh no.
Who's this Rhea?
There you go.
So that's why you didn't have me even roll persuasion,
Yes,
because the only part that could have listened to reason had already
was
been dealt with.
excised. Yes, before he did what needed to be done. Yes, and it explains some of what was going on with him, but we'll be able to explore that more next session. We have really honestly a lot of roleplay to get through still, and a lot of stuff here at the estate to go through, obviously with Kyle and all that. So those of you that were tuning in, thanks for watching. We'll be back next week.
Bye.
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 Farewell.